Bebek. Handflip Brap Aklusuk.
Anchi Hindus Grobel, Kinar Shapan Vadnurstama.
Saturday morning
toilet. This is part of toilet history.
Well, now
it needs to be preserved.
It's got a new little note in history.
Yeah. In 2022, a confused man just drove his car through this toilet.
People are going to be like, I feel bad. I would leave, some well wishes at the spot where he destroyed the toilet.
Yeah, I'd definitely do, the rituals.
Again, I think the act is punishment enough. Obviously not intentional.
This is,
probably ruined this guy's life.
It is a shame-based culture over there, and yes, he will be carrying this shame with him for some time, I imagine.
It's like the guy that grew his fingernails really long. It's like, you can't cut them. But then you're just a guy.
Yeah, I think he did eventually. They had to use like a fucking reciprocating saw.
Yeah, like Dumb and Dumber.
And by the time he got it off, like the hand that had the nails on it was so like warped and fucked up because he hadn't really moved his fingers even for like 30 years. So the hand is still useless, but now it's not remarkable or notable in any way.
Unlimited strangers, though.
Yeah, he's got that going.
Yeah. You sit on your hand, feels like somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, no problem. Always.
Yeah, always, every time.
Mm-hmm. Weed is coming to Circle K gas stations in U.S. next year. And
in Florida.
Very oddly enough, in Florida of all places.
Which it's
a medical state.
Medical. So this is so weird. Like I do every time some news happens with weed in America, I feel older and more out of touch because like when I was a medical marijuana patient in California 15 years ago, it was absolutely not something they would ever put near a gas station. Like you had to get buzzed in through like 3 separate doors. Like it was a kind of tense thing.
This news, although on its face seems like a great idea, I feel bad for the person who works at the gas station who it's like getting more work just like tossed on your plate.
I think they do this for legal reasons too, but like they're adding them on as like a separate like structure attached to it. So it's not, the Circle K employees aren't going to be like
having to like, hold on, I'll put gas on the pump, but first I have to.
And I think they appreciate it because they'll be selling more like
Doritos
and Takis and Funyuns and whatnot. Hot dogs. Yeah, it's good for business. But yeah, it'll have a separate entrance, and I don't know what the verification is like in Florida, because like,
hey, it's me.
Yeah,
that's the verification.
Yeah, in LA, like they'd have to like you'd give them your information, they'd go into some like database. It was not easy. It's not the kind of thing you'd want like at a gas station.
I mean, maybe. I think if you looked around on the computer that the guy was doing it, it was like the same thing as the scam guy.
Hackertyper.com.
But yeah, I guess this is great. I think that it's obviously a bit weird. It's confusing optics for the state specifically because like weed is both a felony and legal.
Yeah.
Because of the medical
Florida is one of the states I would, if I was going to open up a medical marijuana dispensary, Florida would be toward the end of the list for states where I'm going to be sure that this isn't all going to be seized in some in some raid that I can't do anything about.
Yeah, I mean, look, DeSantis literally just did that with voting rights.
Yeah.
So
hey, you guys
you can do weed.
You're all allowed to vote. Oh, did you vote like we said you could? Well,
you kind of broke the law.
You broke the law, and we're coming for you.
That's what he's going to do with the weed.
Yeah.
Every Circle K.
I wouldn't trust it. Mm-mm. Kanye West wants to build his own mini city called the Ecosystem.
I'm so tired
Kanye
of him.
Epcot.
Yeah,
it all makes sense. Like he's got the Kanye.
Yepcot.
He's got Yepcot. He's got Donda Academy.
But he's like Elon, where like he has ideas.
Yeah.
But he has absolutely zero follow through on some of it. Some of it he does obviously execute very well. But
it's like with fashion. He's built quite a fashion empire. But he at this point, all of the companies he was using to actually manufacture and sell the goods, every single one of them is broken off from him, including his favorite, which I never pronounced correctly, but Balenciaga.
Balenciaga.
Yeah,
Balenciaga. Yeah. Also, I'm sure. Well, they just dropped him, but I'm sure that they weren't happy because the only stock image of Kanye from the past 2 weeks
grill.
is the Balenciaga grill.
Yeah, it's bad for business. So yeah, I mean, like he's had these ideas for a long time. He had that PDF like 10 years ago, the Donda like empire he was building.
Yeah,
of,
the
like,
plan.
Getting into all sorts of like every possible industry.
That's just like that's weirdo busybody CEO mentality when you're not actually in that position.
Yeah.
There's like a leaked video of Howard Stern from like 15 years ago doing like a yearly thing with his employees, and it's just the most like, I tried. I'm not a real boss, but but here's a bunch of graphs that I think look really pretty with ideas that are very simple. It's just like one of those things where it's like, it's great that you have motivation to do these things, great that you're thinking outside of the box, but you should really get people who know how to execute on these. And that's why, like, when he works with Adidas, it gets done really well.
Right, but he's not
working with them anymore.
Yeah.
He's going to be calling up Ohana Capital managers for some money in a second.
So the only ecosystem I can see actually succeeding would be something along the lines of, like, Waco.
Yeah. I mean...
something like that. Some sort of a cult compound.
I mean, the resources are already in place right here in LA with that school that he's like.
Yeah, that
sort of
school has
through.
some very serious cult vibes, and you expand that into a whole ecosystem, and you've got.
Welcome to the ecosystem.
You got a cult.
I am a serious person. Welcome to the ecosystem.
The ecosystem.
Also, it came out today. Like, I guess Charlemagne the God. Was
yeah, like
Kanye's complaining about Pete Davidson's 10-inch dick.
Man, my ex-wife is fucking a white man with a 10-inch dick.
Can you believe it?
Yeah. He also, the full Piers Morgan interview was released. He calls Joe Biden an R-word for refusing to listen to Elon Musk's ideas. And
R-A or R-E?
R-E.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, that thing he's been doing in interviews, like, yeah, when he feels he's being interrupted, even though he's just rambling and the interviewer's trying to keep things like, under control, but he's like, la, 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 la.
Because you're ruining his train of thought.
Yeah, but Piers Morgan threw a la, la, la back at Kanye at one point in the interview because he was getting interrupted by Kanye. It was a real meeting of the minds, Piers Morgan and Kanye West.
Like 2 3-year-olds arguing.
Yeah. I've still only seen like clips from it, but it is a 2-hour interview. And he really landed the ultimate look into the mind of Kanye West. And it doesn't look like there's much going on there right now. There's
so, just symbols clanging together.
Yeah. I mean, if you go on like the Kanye...
Evil symbols clanging together.
If you go on like the Kanye subreddits, he's still got diehard fans. Like, maybe he just hasn't clarified his thoughts yet. Maybe they're just waiting for him to, clarify what he actually means. And it's like, no, he's just...
He's gonna do something brilliant any moment now.
Yeah.
Wikipedia tells users to be more specific when searching 2022 UK government crisis.
Which crisis did you mean? Did you mean the one from the summer where Boris Johnson was booted from the party after numerous scandals that he oversaw? Or was it the one from later on when Liz Truss was appointed prime minister and booted 44 days later and really only did technically 7 days of work and tried to pass some of the most austere, controversial laws in modern British history, causing a civil war within the Tory party? Which one was it?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it could be any.
There's still months left in the year, too.
The original Wikipedia page, unreadable. Too many trees.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Pitting Liz Truss against lettuce is offensive to lettuce, says man with trash bin helmet.
This is a guy we talked about a long time ago. I think it was on the old channel.
Oh,
but the original, it was like the 2017 general election in the UK. He was known as Lord Buckethead back then.
Of course I know Lord Buckethead.
Yeah, he looks sort of Darth Vader-ish, but with a very long bucket-like head. He ran against Theresa May in that election, but he's rebranded himself now as Count Bin Face. Like a bin, like a trash bin.
Yeah.
But still the same guy.
It's kind of like Papa with Ghost. Just every album, new Papa.
You gotta reinvent yourself a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Like Lord Bucketface, okay, we've seen it. But this new guy, Count Binface, a lot of cool ideas.
Yeah.
A lot of very cool ideas.
Yeah, really, times like these, we need Count Binface to bring dignity and respect back to the United Kingdom.
I do like on the last episode, like we made a comment about Liz Truss breaking the glass ceiling, and someone in the comments was like, hold on, you're forgetting Theresa May and Margaret Thatcher, thank you very much.
You made that comment, I would have never said that. But also, Margaret Thatcher, she broke the glass ceiling for satanic demons being Prime Minister of the UK. You didn't get a human woman in the Prime Minister's slot until Theresa May, so let's be clear about that.
Yeah.
She really broke the mold for goblins, though. Speaking of Liz Truss,
Yeah.
Liz Truss biographers are back to the rewrites after Prime Minister quits.
She had a book that was supposed to come out in December.
Yeah, no,
that was like based on her like.
This was her official biography. The writers of it, like, it was a week ago. They tweeted, they're like, all right, we just finished this up. Look for this on shelves this December, and just like
It's the fastest we can get it out.
even the book art, it was like the unexpected rise of Prime Minister Liz Truss, and they're like, well, we got to do some edits now because, and honestly, the book will probably now be a lot more interesting than it would have been otherwise.
If I was British, I would be getting this book for Christmas because, as you'll remember, my dad always buys me like wrong media, like the Madam President, where they printed all of the Hillary Clinton.
I love that shit. It's like living in a little bizarro world.
Oh yeah, last Christmas he got me Betty White turns 100.
That's a good one.
So the Liz Truss book is like perfect.
With the Betty White one, like I knew they were jinxing it. I kept seeing that on like supermarket shelves. I'm like, well, she's not 100 yet, guys.
Yeah, it's like every time like you start seeing some like posts about like Ukraine kicking Russia's ass, it's like a day later they like it's like oh god.
Yeah.
James Corden branded tiny cretin of a man and banned from NYC restaurant over alleged treatment of staff.
Yeah, he's sort of the male Ellen at this point.
Maybe worse, I don't know.
Yeah, he is just sort of known for being a very difficult customer, particularly in restaurants. I guess at this guy's restaurant, this very fancy New York restaurant, he was just like, and props to this guy for defending his wait staff. He's just like, he's verbally abusing these people for making like simple mistakes that happen at any restaurant. And just this being news this week, it brought up all the previous little James Corden. The previous ones were all kind of like hearsay. They were all just like people on Reddit or anonymous posters.
If you've lived in LA long enough, you chances are you have a story about Andy Dick, and you might have a story about James Corden.
Does he? I thought he was in New York.
Yeah. Because someone was talking about there was a story about him here in Los Feliz, sorry, and at a restaurant there that's really popular, and like screaming at the people because he came there when it was closed and demanded to be served. And they're like, sir, we open in like an hour. We can get you a table, right?
Sir, you can yell at people like that in New York City where everyone yells about everything. But here in Los Feliz, the vibe is...
People can hear you from like 3 blocks away. Please calm down.
We got a quiet little hamlet of a community here in Los Angeles where yelling's just not going to get you very far. Sorry, buddy.
I would love for you to tell the audience, if they haven't heard it, the airplane story. But it's a longer story.
I'll paraphrase it, but I can't remember where this appeared originally. And again, this could be false, but I choose to believe it's true. But someone was like, I was on a plane, and I saw James Corden come in. He was, keeping to himself, sat down in first class, and then, here comes a woman holding a crying baby, and she's seated right next to James Corden. And I thought it was so cool how, even though he's a famous celebrity,
he put on his noise-canceling headphones.
Yeah, he just put on his noise-canceling headphones and kept to himself, didn't complain one bit. And then, when the plane landed, the lady with the baby, she got up and started unloading her luggage, and then said to James Corden, so are you just going to sit there, or are you going to help your wife and child get off the plane? Because it was his wife and child that he was just completely ignoring for an entire flight and not helping.
Covered in cumbersome bags while a baby is right there, and he's just like, fuck off.
Yeah.
He doesn't have he's quit. He already quit the show or whatever happened behind the scenes. But like,
send him back.
No, but they don't want him.
I know, but send him back. Make him the new prime minister.
There was like 15 years ago or something, that show that he got big on. He was at an award show and complained that they weren't nominated enough.
Yeah, he's always been a twat. There's a great. Before I knew the context of it, I was kind of disappointed in this clip. But there's a clip of Patrick Stewart at some British award show like 10 years ago, like being an absolute fucking dick to James Corden. And like at the time, I'm like, damn, Patrick Stewart, but now like once you know the backstory of like how just despised this man is, it's like, oh, he's probably saying what a lot of people wish they could say.
Mm-hmm. Cool. I hope that he doesn't get another show and that I don't have to see him on TV ever again.
Send him back.
Mm-hmm. Texas schools send parents DNA kits to identify their kids' bodies in emergencies.
Say, Texas, they're not doing nothing about all the school shootings. They're doing very helpful things. Like, we're going to need your kids' DNA and fingerprints so that in the event that they are just absolutely eviscerated by a high-powered rifle, you'll know sooner rather than later, whether their body is down there or not. So don't say we're ignoring the problem. Here in Texas, we take this very seriously.
We are a serious state. This sounds like a solution that, like, all of the angry people at PTA meetings, they were like, okay, all right, look, we're not going to ban guns, so let's all come together and we'll figure out a solution.
Let's create a DNA database of all children in Texas.
Yeah, I've got an idea. Well, why don't we just make it easier to identify the bodies?
Yeah, and it's the kind of thing, it's like these same people, if you asked for their DNA, would correctly be like, that's very intrusive. Why the fuck would I give the government my DNA? But, when it's either that or any restrictions on guns, well, they're gonna choose the DNA.
Yeah.
Speaking of guns, Canada, no more handguns.
Oh, well.
Which is, like, honestly, like, rifles, AR-15s, whatever, they get the most attention, but handgun crime in the U.S. is like if you banned handguns, but everyone could still own an AR-15, like, that would make a huge fucking difference. Most people are shot by handguns in the U.S.
And not to get even more morbid with it, but the numbers already exist from Australia, but suicide numbers would literally fall off. There would be none.
Australia is the absolutely perfect case study, but no one fucking cares.
Yeah.
Like, well, it's different. I'm not gonna explain why it's different, but it's different.
Anyways, scorned Russian mothers use Putin's draft to rat out deadbeat exes.
Yeah, these ladies, they haven't been able to get child support in years. When they found out that if you join up with the Russian military, you get paid direct deposit to an account that you can't hide from, like, it's a government bank account. So you'll be able to get that alimony and that child support, no problem. So all these Russian widows are going down to local recruiting offices like, I've got just the soldier for you. He's this guy, he lives at this address, and by the way, he owes me a shitload of money, so...
Just put that straight here in the purse.
Yeah, and like a lot of these ladies, like, these Russian women, absolutely brutal. They're like, yeah, it's possible that he dies, but that would probably solve two problems at once, because I fucking hate this guy.
Yeah. Brutal. War is hell.
It really is.
Even in the interpersonal relationships sector.
No, you don't understand. I want my husband to die in the war.
And that, to be fair, it might be just as likely that guy's like, yep, send me over.
Yeah,
I'm done.
I've been drinking myself to death for half my life. Let's just fucking do it.
Have you seen this babushka? Just send me over there. I don't care.
Take my wife.
We've been drinking vodka since we were 3 years old. We look like shit.
Yeah. I somehow have post-birth fetal alcohol syndrome. It's supposed to be impossible.
Do you think I want to live? I've been swinging off of apartment complexes for YouTube videos.
I've been trying to find a way to die every week of my life by risking my life in pointless ways, and somehow I'm still here. So yeah, send me to Ukraine.
I'm surprised you even got a hold of me. I was standing on top of a radio tower about to base jump. Or just into some snow, which I have seen before.
That one's crazy. That one's so risky. It's like, you have to just have faith that there's enough fresh snow that falling off a building into it is not going to kill you. And they pull it off. Good for them.
It is one thing about the old internet is like you were able to see consequences back in the day.
Yeah, nowadays no consequences.
I've definitely seen the video of that guy falling off the building as he tries to grab onto the side of it.
Oh yeah, you don't see anything, but it is...
Well, you know what happens. Yeah. And I've seen a lot more than that. The 2000s was wild.
Final headline, Newsmax TV bans reporter over wacky rant about Satan, insects, and drinking blood.
They call it wacky?
They didn't call it wacky.
Yeah.
This report called it. It was Laura Logan, who 10, 15 years ago was like a respected mainstream
just climbing the ranks of journalism
correspondent.
Yeah.
And she got banned from Fox News like a year ago for being too crazy for them. She called like Anthony Fauci a Nazi, and they're like, okay, well, like that's what we're trying to imply, but you can't just say that.
Yeah.
So now, she gets like bumped all the way down to Newsmax, and she just starts spewing like QAnon shit.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, look, again, we're trying to imply this shit. We're trying to.
They let her ride up into the point where she talked about very specific things that I don't want to mention here.
Okay, yeah.
But up until that point, they were like completely fine with it.
Yeah, they're like, we like the innuendo, but when you just come out and start talking about like fucking Satan having influence over what's happening in the news, like.
And a lot more graphic stuff.
And yeah.
She was the one who lied about Benghazi on 60 Minutes.
Yeah.
And then when she got called out for it, she went way right wing.
Yeah, something happened at that point, and
Well, because she was fired over it.
I guess, but people lose their jobs all the time.
Yeah. I look, that's the beginning of it. That's where it started. So
Yeah.
it's like when Baked Alaska got fired from BuzzFeed.
But like to go from being a foreign correspondent on a major national news network,
the biggest platform,
to being kicked off fucking Newsmax for being too weird for them, like what a fall from grace.
Sucks, but she did it to herself. Anyways, that's it for today's episode. If you want to watch our previous episodes, they're going to be up here in just a second. We, of course, cover Liz Truss getting beaten by a head of lettuce.
Yeah.
Also, as far as I know, the first usage of AI-created art used in an episode for B-roll. I made Boris Johnson drinking some drinks on the beach. Aside from that, we also have what's that? A good news episode of Tech News Day?
It has one piece of good news and then a bunch of bad news, but it starts with good news.
The sugar's up front?
Yeah.
Wow. Anyways, those 2 episodes are up there right now. Have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you next week with even more episodes. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Right now she's hiding behind the toilet. That first night she didn't move. That was like her safe space for pretty much the entire time that I had her. You want to come out and see what's going on out here? There were 23 dogs in the Austin area on some property that all needed rescue. Some of these dogs, like Nick's, are very, very under-socialized. Okay, we're kind of still at square one, but here is some ground turkey that I cooked, and let's see if she wants to taste it. The first 2 to 3 days were really tough because I realized that she does not want to interact with me. I would go in there every single afternoon and we would spend time with each other. Come on. Day 9, and you don't eat in front of me. Here's some cheese and some chicken. Next. Hey. And then finally one day, she like inched out just a little bit and grabbed it. And I never thought we would get to that day. There was a period of time where she was probably the most shut down dog that I've ever been around. For the longest time, she was too scared to even stand up. So you can't really like see her body that well. I noticed her belly was so big and she hasn't been eating a ton. I took her to the vet. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I think there's 6, 7, 8. I think there's 3 heads on top of each other there, so I think there's 8. When we found out that she was pregnant, everybody was kind of in an agreement that we need to get her into a house.
When they first asked us, they said she's probably due any day. Her puppies had a severe case of hookworm. She had 8, and out of that 3 survived. Those 3 puppies that she had are now in their forever homes.
She's made great strides from not being able to touch her to now you can lay in there and pet her.
She's not aggressive towards the kids at all. She, I think, welcomes their presence.
They turn yellow and red. We are driving in the car.
My 2 daughters will actually read to her.
This couch is so soft and comfy. Jiggly, jiggly, jiggly.
She'll put her head down on her paws and just listen to them.
A lot of critters are there. We bring a wagon to load the things we buy.
I do think it's going to be a long haul with her. My hope is that she'll get more comfortable with us. Eventually, once we're able to get her to interact with other people, that she'll be able to find her forever home.
Tito es un gato muy explorador.
Hola.
Un gatito muy despierto. Es muy curioso.
Oye.
Le gusta meterse a la lavadora. Tiene pasión por los tampones.
Oye.
Es su obsesión.
Tito.
Me lo quita de los bolsos, lo roba del cuarto de baño. Yo creo que le gusta ese sonido del plástico.
Tito.
Tiene algún arsenal de tampones escondido por la casa. Es su juguete favorito.
¿Ahora qué hago con esto?
Fui a entrenar y una señora lo acababa de encontrar. Me pidió que me quedase con Tito porque él no podía quedárselo. Ya era muy tarde, así que lo tuve en una cajita, que le di el biberón y demás. Y al día siguiente fue ya cuando lo llevé al veterinario. Estaba entero lleno de pulgas. Me dijeron que tenía unas 3 semanas, que probablemente su madre lo había abandonado. La veterinaria me dijo que estos gatos tan pequeñitos no solían salir adelante sin su madre. Me hizo pensar que quizá no saliese adelante, pero sí que se repuso, se recuperó bastante rápido. En un par de semanas desde que Tito llegó a casa ya estaba corriendo,
Ay, qué lástima.
estaba jugando.
Sí.
Era tan pequeñito pero muy cariñoso conmigo.
Oye. Castigado.
Excesivamente juguetón.
Hola.
Al poco estaba ya perfectamente. Ya fue una liberación de que Tito se había recuperado. Entonces ya nos quedamos más tranquilos.
¿Quién está ahí, Tito?
Tito tenía 3 meses. Decidimos que lo mejor era tener otro gato en casa. Llegó el momento de la presentación, que a Tito pues no le hizo mucha gracia. Entonces le bufaba, le pegaba, no le gustaba. Pero eso duró poquísimo. A los 2 días ya Mona estaba bebiendo de la fuente de Tito. Poco a poco sí que fueron jugando y la verdad es que tienen muy buena relación.
Anda.
Sabemos que están los dos acompañados, así que nos alegramos mucho. Fue un completo acierto adoptar a Mona. La adopción de Tito, la verdad es que me ha traído todo cosas buenas. Tenía quizá una percepción de ello que era fruto de los mitos, ¿no? Que los gatos son ariscos, que los gatos no son sociables, que los gatos no juegan.
Tito.
Y para nada. Es una satisfacción el haberlo podido sacar adelante.
Oye.
Para mí es como mi bebé, como mi hijo. Los animales hay que respetarlos, hay que cuidarlos.
This is a Nintendo 3DS, or rather, this is. You heard me. The Partner CTR is a beast unlike anything we've ever seen before. It's a 3DS development and capture kit that was manufactured by Kyoto Microcomputer Company for Nintendo. And like other console dev kits, it boasts features that are absent from its retail kin, like the ability to remotely debug software, and it also has extra memory and special controls. But What sets this one apart from the development kits we've looked at before is that it adds back a feature that nearly every console has had in some manner since the invention of video games: the ability to connect to a TV. Of course, connecting a TV wasn't enough for the 3DS. So what about second TV? This thing is absolutely wild. This DS that I'm holding in my hand, this is just a dummy controller. All the brains are actually in here. You can fit so much brains in here. Ooh, and so much segue to our sponsor.
Ugreen. Ugreen's 100-watt power strip includes 3 AC outlets, 3 USB-C ports, and a USB-A port for maximum compatibility. You can easily charge your iPhone 13 to 60% in just 30 minutes. Learn more at the link down below.
Since we began covering older console dev kits, we've been inundated with emails from people wanting to send us their precious retro relics to have them featured. And when Twitter user Swimmin got in touch, his offering really stood out from the crowd. Of all the best-selling consoles out there, only the Nintendo 3DS lacks a way to output to a television. Super Nintendo and GameCube both had ways to play games from the Game Boy family. The PlayStation Portable had models with DirecTV out, and the PlayStation TV was essentially just a non-portable PS Vita. Even the DS Lite had a built-in method for getting composite video, though it was actually disabled in firmware and went undiscovered until 2020. Over the years then, there have been a handful of homebrew attempts to record video off of the 3DS. Some used the Wi-Fi, some replaced the infrared with USB, but none were quite successful in getting direct monitor output in real time. As for this dev kit, it can not only output directly to a monitor, but it can output to one monitor for each screen. And to this day, it is the only official way to get video out from a 3DS game. Unfortunately, you can't just take any old 3DS and grab video from it with this box. This may look like a normal 3DS. It may have buttons and speakers and joysticks and even screens like a 3DS, but inside, it's actually just a couple of custom boards. Everything in here is getting wired back to the main unit through these two big beefy cables. And in fact, the video signals for these displays are coming from this guy. We'll kick things off with some stuff we can do without disassembling the unit, like wake our software from sleep, and by pressing X and Y at the same time, getting some basic debugging information. Here we see the build number of this particular game, the mode of the system, which seems to be production. We're not 100% sure what these bars are. If I had to guess, I might say that it was something to do with like frame times, but I am guessing. Whoa, what's happening? Oh my God, we're not even capturing that one.
That one. Let's get it on camera then.
Oh!
The option, hey, some of the stuff is going to be up top, some of the stuff's going to be on the bottom,
Yeah.
because they were still believing in that at the time.
We spent the last hour figuring out capture for the top because it outputs a weird signal. Anyway, the point is, what we're about to show you is on the bottom.
Oh, and we crashed.
And we crashed. Okay, press any button to shut it. Does it open sometimes?
No, it didn't even open in the development mode. I just wanted to see it crash, honestly.
Oh, you just wanted to see it crash. You're just
an agent of chaos.
You're just taking pleasure in my pain at this point.
Oh yeah.
I see. Config. All right, hey, this is looking more interesting. We got some menu settings. Debug settings, user info settings, HID settings, ooh, touch panel calibration, analog stick calibration. What do we got for menu setting? Oh, setting. Oh, I see, I can change my language. Ooh, I can switch over to dev mode. Okay, debug settings. Latency emulation. Wow, you can add latency? What would it be like with 100 milliseconds of latency? Does it normally take this long to boot up?
No, and it looks like it's boot cycling.
Oh no, I'm in a boot loop into system settings.
Oh, that's not a good sign. Right up here, showing that we're using system 0.0.0. So that's the firmware version that we're currently on.
Did we just lose our firmware?
Yeah, we might have.
Do we just have no firmware now? So we're just going into system settings and that's it? Wait, hold on. Other settings. Wait, I got this. System update. Boom. Yes. There's no way this is going to work. I figured something out. If I hold select while it's booting, I can get into the Luma 3DS configuration menu here. I don't know that this is gonna help us, but what you guys are looking at here is a hack for the 3DS. Because this thing is essentially a 3DS, you can hack it to run homebrew games or whatever else, just like a normal 3DS. And this one has had that done. This is a bit of a high-risk play, but we're gonna try a system update to maybe restore working firmware onto this thing. Hopefully that doesn't break the Luma hacks or whatever else. I mean, when's the last time the 3DS got a firmware update anyway? An error has occurred, unable to update. Cool, so we worked it. Oh, firmware version 0.34.0. And we're back! This thing is a nightmare. You know what happened was we went into the config menu, and while I was tooling around changing stuff, one of the settings I changed was under menu setting. I set the menu to test menu. Test menu. And the test menu is bugged. So we need to leave that on home menu. The only way we were able to get it back was by going into that menu that flashes up for a second and changing it back to home menu. Anyone else getting a QA vibe from this? User info settings, HID settings and calibration, LCD settings, flicker top, flicker bottom, luminance level. Like you can, I guess, change the out-of-box experience. EULA settings, you can, oh my God, you can edit it? Agree version, whatever. I'll just set my own EULA. Nice. We can just reset the settings, right? That seems like a good thing to do. Oh God, what is this? Oh. I reset the UBI. Okay, I guess yep, going through this. All right, so wait, can we try the dev menu again then? What happened in the dev menu again? Oh, it crashed. Our suspicion is that to load up the dev menu, there's some prerequisite that we're not meeting, like a piece of software that has to be loaded up or an access code or key or something along those lines. Unfortunately, it means that we can't access it. What we can do though is play video games. New Super Mario Brothers 2 has never looked this big and blurry. Let's go. Oh wow, that really does look like absolute garbage.
Would you like a controller?
Maybe, wait, a controller? Wait, what?
Yeah, here, have a controller.
Hold on a second. Should I recognize this controller?
That's from the Wii.
I only know the classic controller on the Wii.
Well, it's a development controller, so
this
it's
is a
colored like
development controller. Oh, sick. So wait. Shut up. Oh shoot, it works. What the heck? It looks just like the Wii Classic controller, except has actual, ergonomic handles on it. It's amazing how often you see a development version of a product, you're like, oh, that's way better. How did the stupid atrocity that made it to retail ever happen? What the heck else do we have going on here? What is video mode? If I change this, am I gonna cause problems?
You might, but all you need to do is reboot if it does.
What? Vertical? Oh, cool. Wait, why is the top screen cloned? Oh, this is for 3D projection. What? That's so cool. Did they ever actually demo 3DS content like this? Because this is the left and the right view, right?
Yep.
Oh, no way. What else we got? Okay, so we see only the side-by-side, and then that's on a separate screen. Sure, fine. Okay, top-bottom 3D, sure. Right, because if you're in like a big, demo hall or something like that, a lot of the time they would have like vertical, on the side of the stage or whatever. You gotta be ready for that sort of thing, even if you never use it. This is wild. On the surface, this stuff mostly makes sense. Here's your SD card slot, just like the 3DS had. Here's your flash card slot where you would put a game, you would think, except that this system actually cannot play standard 3DS games that you would buy off the shelf. It only plays special Nintendo developer-only cartridges, which is, seems unnecessary, but cool, sort of, I guess. Then we've got, these we can show in a little bit more detail later, but this is handling the inputs coming into the box that's actually doing the compute, and then the outputs sending display out to this. And then we've got our external controller, and then what the doodad is this? Oh, this is just an IR emitter, because why would it need to be small when it's not on a handheld system? I, without further ado, am ready to finally play some big screen New Super Mario Bros. 2 with a controller. This is not emulated, folks. This is an actual 3DS. This just feels wrong, doesn't it? Like quite wrong indeed. It's wrong and I love it. Ready to take it apart? Oh wait, we haven't shown the back yet. The back is super trippy. You've got capture over USB. That's why we're actually using our DVI to HDMI out into a capture card, because the capture is honestly not great. Dual DVI outputs, that's for your top and bottom display, which seem to be some kind of weird variant of 720p. And then this is kind of weird. Look at that. This is a Wii adapter that goes into a DC power in, and then the same AV output from the Nintendo Wii. So it could actually output via component if you really wanted to, although it's not clear to me. Ah, yes, okay. It would be in place of DV output 1, which is, I guess, the top screen probably. Debugging USB port, and there is an external antenna, because this is a metal cage, which is not great for RF performance. And the easiest way to get it open seems to be to just take off the side panel. LTTstore.com, screwdriver. Finally shipping to early buyers. Wait, should we open up the 3DS first to show people how not normal this is? Oh, wow. What appears to be more debugging or something over here for the board. And then, I mean, as advertised, Tanner, it looks like just basic boards in there to handle the screen and I/O. Where there should be a DS, there's just plastic. Come on. Okay, that is super cool. What we're looking at here is an FPGA. These are very expensive, but very cool, because unlike the chip that shipped in your retail 3DS, this chip here can actually be reprogrammed in the field. So if Nintendo, during the development of the 3DS hardware, were to go, oh gee, we found some bugs, or we found a way to improve performance, and tweak the actual, what will be final silicon, they can roll that tweak out to these development boxes so that they will be essentially the new hardware. Of course, the drawback is that at Nintendo's scale, just millions or tens or hundreds of millions of units, the cost of these would be completely untenable in a retail product. What's a Cyclone 3 worth? Woo! $200 to $1,000. Well, because this is still lots of performance for lots of things. Let's say you were developing, a smart door lock or something like that. This can be fully reprogrammed, not emulated, reprogrammed to behave exactly the same way that your mass-produced chip would. So you can much more easily test things without doing a full tape-out, which costs millions of dollars. What else are we looking at here? We got 2 gigs of DDR2 memory. That's a lot more than the 3DS had. That makes sense because in development, builds tend to be buggier and especially more bloated. AA batteries. Trying to think, why could we possibly need 2 AA cells? Maybe we need 3-volt power. That's a possibility.
Well, why don't you start taking it apart and the connections might tell you something.
I can take it apart more?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, unsandwich those boards.
All right, let's do it. Hey, there we go. All right, this is definitely our main brain. This is where our power comes. Wait, what the shut up. There's a Wii sensor. Wait, is this also a Wii? Why is there a Wii IR bar here?
From what I've been told, that was just likely to save money.
How sure are you that this isn't also a Wii dev kit? Yep, we found it. Remember, we didn't comment on there being a Wii IR sensor bar port. That's because this doesn't seem to be actually hooked up to anything. If you look, it was likely a cost-saving measure where they just used the same assembly for the AV multi-out and sensor bar and then just didn't hook this part up, just only hooked up the AV. And does the Wii U
This is
also,
a Wii U.
So it uses that same configuration then. What? Please be plain English silkscreen explanation of what you are, because as far as I can tell, this is the actual 3DS, not that one. We've got our NAND flash. We've got another Cyclone 3. No, but there's no RAM here. We've got some Nintendo laser-etched ARM processor, which makes a lot more sense to be the actual 3DS processor. Maybe it includes both, whatever revision they were shipping, and then also an FPGA, so they have the ability to change it up if they need to. I'm just guessing at this point, to be honest with you guys. Do you know the answers to any of this?
I have a pretty good guess.
Okay, what's your guess?
Go down another layer.
Go down a layer. Okay, I'll go down another layer. Still no RAM on this board, which is a little confusing, but it is host to some of the primary functions of the device. Wireless connectivity, power in, the SD card slot, as well as the video output and input. Here I thought this was getting kind of boring. This is the farthest thing from boring. Remember what I said about FPGAs being field reprogrammable? What that means is that they can fulfill all sorts of different functions. That means this board, in spite of its size, is probably more of a daughter board, acting as just a Bluetooth card and power supply and SD card slot and video output board. But if I had to guess, based on that this is the board with our DVI output and our capture USB, I would say that this one is probably handling video capture, which would mean that this last one could very well be the actual brains of our 3DS. However, my suspicion, these three boards are the actual 3DS. What do you think?
I think you're close.
Close.
I think what's actually happening is this board right here, you've got RAM right there, you've got your processor, I want to say right there. I can't really read it from here, but this right here is handling your developer output.
So this is actually running whatever debug interface we have no way of accessing.
Exactly.
Okay, and that allows us low-level access to what is probably the actual 3DS right here in the event that we brick our firmware or something like that through this debug port, which if I was smart, I would have looked at. And yeah, I think you're right. Through this debug port, I could actually reset this to a factory state or an upgraded state or whatever the case may be. Now, this board is still part of the 3DS-ness of it because it otherwise doesn't have a game slot, but it's not any more part of it than, say, for example, this Bluetooth module. It's a daughter board. Okay, did we ever figure out what these bloody AA's are for? I'm gonna confess, I don't know. Is it to simulate a battery loss, power loss? I don't. Why would you need a battery in there?
The popular theory is real-time clock.
Real-time clock. Oh, okay. So basically a CMOS battery, but with enormous Mondo capacity. All right, fair enough. As cool as it is though, the Partner CTR capture debugger isn't exactly unique. And this right here, the IS Nitro Capture, is actually the previous generation unit for the Nintendo DS, which Swimling also sent us. IS stands for Intelligent Systems, the manufacturer, and then Nitro was the code name for the Nintendo DS. And then Capture, of course, is what the unit was made to do, capture video. Many of these were used for various promotional and competition events, like the Pokemon World Championships. According to Swimling, that's where this unit is suspected to have lived out its days, and likely where it got the dent by the GBA slot that likes to scratch up cartridge labels. There's not a whole lot to this one though that we didn't already see. It uses a GameCube power adapter rather than a Wii power adapter, GameCube AV cables rather than Wii AV cables, and has dip switches to control video settings. The controller is a shell of a system, just like the Partner CTR, and it can play all retail DS and GBA games, and capturing video can be done over USB. However, its coolest party trick, the capture of video off of the DS, requires a working install of Japanese Windows XP in order to run the software. It also lacks wireless functionality, opting instead for an RJ45 jack, which on our unit is unfortunately damaged, meaning that we have no network connectivity. But I guess for the intended use of this unit, it makes a ton of sense, since events like a Pokemon tournament are inevitably going to be chock full of wireless interference. I mean, you can't have your World Championship game delayed because 1,000 people in the audience are trying to trade Snorlaxes and Ludicolo's. I don't know, these are newfangled,
yeah, that's correct.
Newfangled Pokemon that I don't know, or drawing dirty images in PictoChat, or trying to tell you about our sponsor.
NordPass. Repeated delays can cause frustration and threaten the timely delivery of work projects. So how can you eliminate these disruptions and increase your productivity? Why not save time and energy and focus on what matters most to your team? NordPass eases the burden of access to business accounts, making it possible for your team to work across devices and apps uninterrupted. With NordPass, you can forget all about account resets because all your credentials are saved in one secure place with just a little click. Identify vulnerabilities and learn if any of the credentials, payment information, emails, or company domains have been compromised. Login information is pulled up and populated into forms instantly, so paying for orders, ads, and invoices takes just a few seconds. See for yourself how automating the manual aspects of storing online accounts and sharing sensitive data can save your team hours throughout the work week while keeping your information safe. See NordPass Business in action now with a 3-month free trial by using code LinusBusiness at nordpass.com/LinusBusiness. Link is in the description below.
If you guys enjoyed this video, you might also enjoy the time we checked out a PS3 dev kit. That one was absolutely wild. We got Gears of War running on it. Just like...
Hey everyone, welcome to the demo for Dredge. I like fishing games, I like horror games, and this is a fishing horror game. So pretty! I like the look of it. Angler one. Me? Oh. Cool. Oh no. God, the art style is really impressive. I like it. The morning light fills your eyes and you try to sit upright. You're lying on the cold, wet dock where you collapsed the night before. A short man is shouting orders at a handful of workers disembarking from a boat nearby. The man notices you. Welcome to Greater Marrow. I must say, quite a dramatic first impression. I see you've already introduced yourself to the jagged rocks along the bay. Did you not see the lighthouse? It was shining right at you. Ah, well, I'm glad to see our new fisherman upright and breathing. Your boat was hopelessly damaged, but I've had a few of the locals move your things to one of our old vessels. We'll catch up later to discuss more details. I'll let you get out there to catch some fish. See if you can fill your cargo while you get your bearings in the light. Finally, I don't suppose I need to say this, but get back by sundown before the fog rolls in. Keep a close eye on the time. It can really creep up on you. Ooh. So I can't... There's no character that's walking around. I think I just need to click on icons. Oh, I'm in the boat! Wow! That is so cool! Oh, what's that? I can fish? Oh. How do I fish? Press F. Okay. Wait, what are we doing? Start fishing. Peculiar engine. Basic fishing pole. Oh. Wait, is it like... I don't know if I can upgrade. Place? Ah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, I can do that. How many do I get? Nice. Okay, I think we're done here. Let's go to a deeper one. My little boat's so cute! Fish. F for fish. Got it. Ooh, this is a harder one, I wanted to say, but never mind. Rotate. Yes, perfect. Ooh, ha! Hee! Ooh. Okay. Time only advances when you're moving, fishing, or taking other specific actions. Okay, it's 2 p.m. I like the little compass there. Ooh, is that a big one? Is that a shark there? Can I catch that? I don't have the right equipment. Okay. These fish are too big. Back it up. Let's go back to tiny fish. That's okay. I'm okay with that. Oh, and the icon is the type of fish. Dude, I'm getting so much fish. What time is it? 5 p.m.? When is sundown? Maybe I should go back. Oh, it's 6 p.m. Oh, go back home. Oh, the sun is setting. I'm out of here. It's getting dark. How do I, dock? With F. Ah, you step onto the dock at Greater Marrow. The mayor is waiting nearby. Ah, I see you've returned in one piece. Very good. Before you head off to town, we should discuss the matter of your boat. As I mentioned earlier, your old boat was too badly damaged to be repaired. However, I'm more than happy to sell you that replacement vessels, yours through own. I understand you may not have the necessary funds on hand, so we'll consider the loan, but I want to make this easy for you. Until your debt is repaid, a tiny portion of your fish sales will go towards paying it off. That makes sense. A small amount of interest will go towards improving the town. So, to recap, you'll need to sell fish to the local market, paying off your debt, and in turn keeping the population fed and satisfied. Okay. Our local fishmonger will appraise and purchase what you catch. He's open all hours. Off you go then. Sell those fish while they're still fresh. Sure. You enter a squalid shack on the fringe of the marketplace. A familiar smell of fish fills the air. Flies buzz haphazardly around the downcast man behind the counter. You're the new fisherman, eh? Surprised they found a new one so fast. What happened to the other one? It takes a certain type of person to last out here. It's not a life for everyone. Anyway, to business. I'll pay you for fish. Bigger and fresher means more money. Some species are just worth more too. Other towns on other islands might pay you different, but while you've still got a debt outstanding here, I suggest you work on paying it off first. So, let's see what you got. How do I... Oh, sell. For $10. Sell all fish. 143. What is my debt? Sell everything. 20. I got $122 and 20 went towards my debt. So I have 130 on me now? Okay. So I'm assuming then I can upgrade my boat and stuff. The mayor is standing outside the fishmonger store. Excellent work. I have no doubt you'll be able to provide for this town. Look here, I found this town down by the docks. I'm sure someone like you could make something out of it. Why don't you take it? A research part. Oh, one last thing. Our local shipwright mentioned she might be able to make some modifications to your ship. You should pay her a visit. Yes. Oh, hi. As you walk into the yard, you see the shipwright making repairs to a damaged hull. She looks up at you briefly before turning back to work. You must be the new fisherman. I can make improvements to your vessel in the yard. Mind you, I'm not in the business of doing favors around here. Payment is upfront, and everything takes some time to install. Also, if you take on any damage from the rocks, or any damage at all, I can patch it up, mostly. She shrugs and gestures towards the hull she's currently attempting to repair. A number of wooden boards, all well above the waterline, are splintered and scratched. Take a look around. Just remember, the bigger the equipment, the longer it takes to install, so plan ahead. Okay, wait. So we can get a simple... Is that the one I have? What do I have? Basic fishing pole. Catches shallow. Suited for catching fish that live in the shallows. Small spool makes for limited reeling speed. Catch larger and deeper fish. Ooh, 150. I want that. Old rusty engine. You won't get far with this. Is that this one? No, this is a peculiar one. What do I do with this? Research part. Could be used to develop new equipment, but would need some investigation at the dock first. Trawl nets. Lights. Ooh. Shining through the gloom. Just better than a candle. I don't see how that is an improvement on this one, though. Coastal, shallow. Oh, maybe it's different fish, actually. Okay. Can I move this one? Oh, I can uninstall it. I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know... Oh, yeah. Catchable fish at coastal and shallow. Ooh. Okay. Should I put this in storage? Ah. Ah, okay. It's middle mouse click. Gotcha. Well, I only have $55 now, so I think that's good. $26 remaining. That's not that much. My storage, fishmonger, rest, research. Oh, research! Then bring it back. Research. I need a gear. Okay, so it's like a... This is one gear. Not available demo. No! No! I want it! I'm already so invested. Okay. Move that there, because we can't use it, and go to sleep. Rest until dawn. Okay, let's see what kind of new fishies. Yoo-hoo-hoo, here we go! Shallow waters. Which counts as shallows? What are these? What are these? This is shallow. So these are new, right? Ooh, it's a big boy. Oh no. Can't place it anywhere. These better be worth a lot of money. Because I can't put much more in here. Unless I can move. I can't move those, no. Well, I got some shallow fish. How much space do I have left? Ah, a couple spots. Let's have a look here. Ooh, what's this? Oh. Definitely don't have any space for you. I could have fit two if I swapped these. Ooh, I can do that. Yeah. I like that. It's like, also it's, okay, that's all I can fit. It's like a little, storage puzzling game as well. Okay, I can fit two of these. And then, oh, spot's been depleted already. What's back there? There's something in this driftwood. You don't have to write, oh, stockload, dredge. Oh, that's dredge fishing, okay. Ooh, those sounds. I don't think I could fit that. Should I explore here now that I'm here?
So cool.
Who lives here? Trader. You enter a brightly lit shop. It's packed with antiques, the shelves full of jewelry and other baubles. An old man peers at you over silver spectacles. Hello? Is that... No. Ah, I don't believe we've met. Forgive me, my eyes aren't what they used to be. I specialize in antiques and jewelry. I'll purchase any special trinkets you have. Have you got anything nice with you today? I'm gonna not sell fish, but now at least we know who lives here. Do I have any space left? Yeah, one two-seater. Ooh, I don't have that one. Ooh, this is a hard one. A stingray. Oh, you're so big. God. What am I gonna do with you? I can't store you at all. I would have to sacrifice so much fish. I'm sorry. Maybe tomorrow. I want that shark boy. I want shark. I want to upgrade my inventory. I need more space. Yes. One more fish. Bam. If I can... I wish I could move my... Oh, it's 5:30. A whole day of fishing already. Oh, that's so cute! But I'm already home. It's fine. I'm home before dark. I'll sell my fishies, work on my debt, maybe get an upgrade. I've had a special order come through from a customer. If you can fill it, I'll pay you above the normal price. Ooh, tell me about it. 1 Gulf flounder and 1 gray eel. Just bring him back. Bring him in when you have them. Gulf flounder and gray eel. You'll need to have a route that can handle shallow water. Already ahead of you, man. The shipwright should be able to sort that out for you. Have you got any fish? I do? Oh, I have both! Hehe. $52. Nice. Fishmonger wraps up the fish and hands you some money. Good, good. They should be pleased with these. Got another order here. This one's a little more curious. They want a couple of squid and a whole black grouper. Don't see many people fishing squid these days. They only feed at night, and well, you know what nights are like around here. Good luck. Ooh. Sell all fish. If you're ever hunting for a specific species, check your encyclopedia. It could have the information you need. How do I check my encyclopedia? Aha. Oh, this is fun. I like this. Aberrations? What are aberrations? Number 1, blue mackerel. Oh my god, this is gonna be so fun. I want to collect all of them. Some cod, a squid, not cod. So here it says, oh yeah, nighttime, how much they're worth, what my biggest catch is. That's so fun. Also nighttime. Okay, so I need to do some nighttime fishing. We could try it. It is 6. I'm assuming it's nighttime. I'm a little bit scared at what I'm gonna find here, but... Oh god, this is so much scarier immediately. Are you squid? Yes. Wait, should I not? Okay. What was the yellow one? There was a yellow one, wasn't there? Whoa, did you see the light coming over from the lighthouse? Okay. And then there was one more in the shallows. What's that eye icon up top? Oh, it's so dark. What's that shiny thing? Exposure to fog and other things increasing your panic. Bright light and sleeping will reduce it. What's the... The lighthouse towers above. Waves crash endlessly against the perilous rocks below. All creatures, human or otherwise, would have their brittle bodies broken and thrown at its feet. You ponder the intrinsic power of this structure, a vast column of stone shouldering the responsibility of countless lives. Oh, what was that girl again? How long will it stand? How long until it decays into ruin? Its purpose exhausted. The lighthouse towers above. I need to get out of here. I don't like this. So... Okay. How do I know whether I'm like really panicked or not? A floaty... Oh, I always forget how to say that. It serves to mark safe passage past dangerous rocks and obscured hazards. Its dim light also provides a brief respite in the gloom of the night. Ah, so this makes me feel better. Ooh! No! Hull damage! Is this what I need? I think so. Yes. Oh, and the hull damage now blocking off my thing. Okay, well, I got one. I should probably just head back. Oh god, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Ooh, oh, did you see that? The low visibility? This light is awful. I need to repair my ship. A hunched woman approaches you from the steps to the lighthouse. She stops some distance away and looks at you with concern and visible apprehension. Why are you here? Come to fish? There's nothing here for someone like you anymore. Do yourself a favor and move on. She turns and shuffles back along the path that leads to the light. Oh, I'm here to earn some money. Yay, I did it! Do I have to place them all one by one? $90! Worth it. It was worth the risk. Well, actually, it depends. How much it's gonna cost me to fix my ship. I'll let you know when I get more orders in. Okay, I will sell you the rest. Not all schools of fish are the same. Some contain abnormal specimens. Sometimes you can even tell just looking from the surface. Ooh. That's cool. Yeah, it looks a bit banged up. Yes, please repairs. $30? Oh. So my problem is that if I want this one, is it an upgrade? Install time 2 hours, operational, fishing speed 40%. Strengthened line can catch larger and deeper fish. Let's do it. And do I then just get rid of this? I think can I sell it? I can. Interesting. Oh, I do have enough to upgrade my engine as well. Ooh, or better light. Ooh. Ooh, $100, $180. I kind of want it. Should I do... Okay, let's do the engine first. And then we'll do the light tomorrow. I think that's it. Whoa, is it morning already? I guess I won't sleep then. Oh, does the mayor want to talk to me? Just the person I was hoping to see. Will you be sailing out east towards Little Marrow? Would you give this package to the dock worker there? Ooh, fun. Sure, I'll do that. Small damp package. Ooh, bounded string. Dripping slightly. The dock worker will pay you upon delivery. Please be quick about it. I don't want it to spoil. Don't forget to check your compass and map if you get lost. Okay. Did he say east? Oh, is it just the town across? Ooh, I'm so much faster now. I thought something really deep was swimming down below. Something really big and... What was that? He said east, didn't he? What? A delivery? Let's see here. Tears a small hole in the paper and peeks inside. You can't say for sure, but it feels as though he's shielding it from your view. Nice and fresh. This'll do nicely. I am to pay you, I suppose? $25. I was given this old book a few weeks back, but it didn't make much sense to me. We'll surely get more use out of it. He pulls a crumpled book from his back pocket and hands it to you. A number of pages are folded over. Keep it in your cabin. Perhaps you can read it while you're on the water. Stop by for a chat anytime. I know how lonely it can be. What book? Wait for more orders. Okay. Said I have a new thing here. Aberrations. Oh, these are all different. Oh. Wait, I can highlight and unhighlight. I have no idea how that works. Anyway, I'm wasting daylight. Let's fish. Wait. Yeah, let's do it. Oh! What is wrong with you? Are these all weird? Oh no, you're normal. Don't eat him. My catch. I don't think I have the space. Ooh, actually, yeah, I have space for one. Ooh, that's what that does. Oh god, this is awful. I can't put anything in there. Okay, no more of those. I can catch a 2-seater, and then I have to go back. Let's see what that weird one is gonna give me. Doo-doo-doo! Out of the way! Weird fish coming through. Fishmonger, look at this. You hand a grotesque fish to the fishmonger. He grins, raising the fish up to his face before inhaling a deep, stuttering breath. Ah, now this is the sort of specimen to liven up my day. Ooh. He runs his fingers firmly along the length of the fish as though feeling for something. He pushes from one side of its stomach and a small shape can be seen against the bulging scales. Oh, did he eat something? He slices the fish open. From its stomach he pulls a small piece of fabric and spreads it on the counter. It's a delicately patterned handkerchief. Well, I've never seen that before in all my days. I'll give you this thing and I'll pay you for the fish too. It's not the first corrupted fish I've seen in these parts, so I'm sure you'll find more before long. I'll pay you well if you find any more. What do I do with this? A once beautiful handkerchief drawn from the inside of a grotesque fish, patterned with delicate crimson threads. I'll put it in storage for now. A man is looking at you through your cabin window. His face is mostly in shadow. I know what you took to the fishmonger. I'll be clear, I know he extracted an artifact from it. I need to inspect it, but not here. Meet me on Blackstone Isle. Head out of this bay and cut south. I have a business proposition that you'll want to hear. I'll be waiting. Ooh, let's go! Okay, I already put it in storage. The mayor is walking quickly towards you. He seems to be in a good mood with a spring in his step. Fantastic news! Thanks partly to your efforts, Greater Marrow's growing. Our town is sure to be swarming with visitors any day now. In fact, I've granted a consent for the shipwright to expand her facilities. The old dry dock is operational again. I've also allocated some money to improve the fishmonger's services. He might have something to talk to you about soon. Keep up the good work. We're glad you've chosen to be here with us. Dry dock. This is a dry dock. We can make significant improvements to your vessel. We're talking extra space. Ooh, more attachment points for equipment. Ah, and even superior hulls. Yes. We'll need a decent stock of hard materials for these projects. Lumber, metal scraps, that sort of things. Okay. How do I get those? Plenty of decent materials around the coast from various shipwrecks and the like. I'm sure you'll find a way to get them. Materials assigned towards upgrades here will be stored, so don't worry if you only have half of what we need. Ooh. Not available in demo. Me. Why must you hurt me? Let's do it. Okay, you said cut south. So we need to go this way. Maybe where that mysterious villa is? Can I fish this? Oh, what are you? Oh, it's Dredge. I thought it was a weird creature, like a spider. Let's see if it's here.
mansion. Ooh. The man is standing in the doorway, watching you approach. He's holding an old book in one hand, bound in crimson with silver ribbons. You came. Good. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a collector of many things. Art and artifacts, treasures and truths, and curios that occupy the periphery of desire. And you have something for me. You give the handkerchief to the collector. He holds it up to the flickering light and studies it. These patterns are unmistakable. Even after all this time, this handkerchief comes from an old ship I've been searching for. It sank many years ago. It carried items of great importance. As you can imagine, retrieving them is proving to be challenging. That's where you come in. My proposition is this. I will outfit your vessel with equipment that will let you dredge the wrecks in dark depths. Ooh! Find me these lost relics and I will reward you in ways beyond all imagining. You need not give up your fishing career. I'll merely need a few hours with your vessel to make the necessary alterations. Yes! Of course! An excellent decision. I'll prepare the equipment immediately. Ooh, it's 6 p.m. though. I should probably sleep. The relics we're looking for are a ring, a necklace, a watch, and a music box and key. I would encourage you to ask around the towns about shipwrecks or other strange occurrences. Anything that might be worth investigating. Return when you have something. That's exciting. I should go to bed, but I could also catch some night fish. So let me just make sure I'm kind of like close to home. Okay. Maybe these? They're just eels though, but I could get them. Get more money. How do I fit you guys in here? Oh, already depleted. Fishies? What happens if I stay out? Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. What was that? Oh, there was something in the water. Ooh. It wasn't just fish. It was very fast. Okay, bye. Maybe I should like chill for a bit. Did I just hear spooky sounds? Ooh, lots of people want to talk to me. What is it? Oh, I want to talk to them. Do you know of any shipwrecks around here? She eyes you suspiciously. There's a spot near the back of Greater Marrow where the current carries in shipwreckage from the sea. Back of Greater Marrow. Some nights you can see an unnatural glow rising from the patch of dark water. Can't imagine what's down there in the deep. So if you're looking for what I think you're looking
Oh, did they glue that one? They actually glued one. Holy. You can see the hot glue on there. HD15, you can see how it's bent. This computer we're reviewing today cost $5,000. We paid for it ourselves. Yes, it did hurt, and it hurts even more because it runs at 100 degrees Celsius on the CPU and downclocks. Allow me to show you why. If you look at this thing, it took me 1 second to identify the problem. And the problem, not counting this fan that fell off in shipping, but we did re-secure it for testing. The problem is Skytech installed this one, so it's going that way, and this one, so it's going that way. So there's no cooling at all happening on the fin stack. And this thing at $5,000 for the Skytech Mark 9 is just a really incredibly sad showing from a company that previously did pretty well. It was one of our 2 that we had recommended earlier this year, last year, for pre-builds. And they've fallen from grace a bit with this one, especially because when Skytech sent us the test report for this, and it said CPU 100 degrees Celsius, their next question was, is there a problem with this system? Yes, there's a problem. Before that, this video is brought to you by Crucial and its DDR5 memory for Intel or AMD Ryzen CPUs. Crucial makes DDR5 kits that are deployable in Ryzen 6000 laptop systems and in Ryzen 7000 systems, or Intel Alder Lake, including both budget-oriented and performance-based memory modules. If you're building a new system, click the link in the description below to learn about Crucial DDR5 memory. So the problem apparently is not just, we thought it might be that they built it wrong, which is a problem, but it's at least one that can be kind of excused. There's enough people in the chain, okay, that can happen. But then when you get up to the CTO level, you get a test report. It shows this thing is thermal throttling, and they still ask if there's a problem. It tells us this is actually company-wide,
where there are QC issues, there's building issues, actually in order, building, QC, and then apparently at the very top, there's escalation issues, where even once escalated, it's still not clear what the problem is without just directly saying it. So this is one of the most disappointing builds we've worked on, sadly. At $5,000, the reason we actually bought this, the backstory, is because it was just after the Alienware system review we did, and when we reviewed that, we thought, well, that was $5,000. Let's give $5,000 to a company that will build it right, and then we can show the giant contrast. Alienware, $5,000, someone competent, $5,000. Well, now it's gonna be Alienware and Skytech, $5,000. And a new challenger has arrived, question mark. Let's please edit in some kind of silhouette. That's what we're looking for. But for today, we're stuck with this. So let's get started with it. All right, so this thing, getting back to the core of it, first of all, 3090 Ti for the GPU. There's a 12900K under here. This cooler looks like it is actually bent as well, but it doesn't change the fact that their own test report, when it was still in the lab before it ever went into shipping, showed it at 100 degrees Celsius. So there's no escape for Skytech here because their own testing showed the problem. Anyway, 3090 Ti, 12900K, it's about the hottest set of components you can get right now today as we're filming, and at $4,600 or so, $5,000 with shipping and taxes and everything, this is about the highest end system you could have pre-configured for you. So for the fan, again, this fell off in shipping, but it fell off basically as it was installed, so we know the orientation, and once more, even if it somehow miraculously managed to go through a wormhole and flip upside down, it doesn't change the test report itself. So we really want to make that clear for everyone. This has already gone through testing. Patrick reinstalled the fan and then took it back off to show you all what we got. But a fan falling off in shipping is not too bad. There was one other bit of shipping damage though. So this is clearly bent, very dinged up. Just shipping damage. So the real test here is not the shipping damage, it's what do they do about it. So we contacted Skytech. This was anonymously, they didn't know who we were. And we asked them, hey, the front panel was damaged. Can you help us? They replied within a day, which is awesome. So really good support there. And the reply was that they were willing to take the entire computer back at their expense, also awesome, and replace the panel. And taking the whole computer back makes sense because they're not sure what else was damaged, and replacing the panel makes sense. So that's all good. Now, again, the downside is the rest of the computer, which came out of their lab. All right, so for this thing, the way it's configured is there's 3 front fans for intake. These are actually 140 mil fans. They come with the Fantex P500A, that's this case. And with 3 fans for intake, plus, if we move this one out of the way, a rear fan for exhaust, we end up with, obviously, a straight front to back airflow pattern. The top is completely perforated. There's no fans up there, though, so you'll have some air escape. That's okay. These fans should pull it through. Now, ideally, one of these fans would actually be on the front, not in the middle. It still works this way. It'll work a little bit better on the front, and then the other one should be in the middle, or you could just install them pointing opposite directions. But beyond the cooler problems, we can look at the GPU to see if there's anything else. So this is the 3090 Ti. We're gonna go ahead and just disconnect this 12 pin and get straight into the teardown. Of course, as always, we're gonna have the playlist for all these pre-built reviews in the description below, and then we'll also have the thermals and performance numbers coming up after this teardown section. I guess the thing I really can't get over is that they sent us the test report and then asked, is something wrong with this system? And we decided not to respond because there's times we'll kind of request a statement from a company and there's times we don't. And they're strategic, and this time we're not requesting a statement because they've kind of already made the statement. All right, see what they chose. So this is an Asus TUF 3090 Ti. I have not specifically tested the 3090 Ti version of the TUF. We did test the 3080 version of the Asus TUF. It was actually a really good video card. So it's a real card. It's not like they're throwing some HP style OEM card in there, so that's good. When inspecting this to try and figure out what went wrong to have this fan go like this, I noticed that the fins on both sides of this had scratching from where the metal clip was previously mounted. So someone at some point, either at Skytech or maybe Nocto's factory, more likely when they were validating this, had it installed properly, had it pointed the right way, and then before it left Skytech's build facility, and while they ran the test that should tell them this is problematic, that's when it was installed wrong. Somewhere in Skytech's process, it was flipped around. But at one point it was done correctly. It just didn't make it out the door that way. I think that might be bearing grease down in the center. I don't think. Yeah, that's not. That's like from the bearings or something. I mean, it was running at 100 degrees Celsius during thermal testing, so that might be the bearings starting to get some damage. Okay, let's take a look at this now that we can see it clearly. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take the top of the case off, make this really easy. I missed a screw somewhere. Okay, now we can show you the problem. Part 2. So you can see here that the cooler itself is pretty tilted, and it's hard to know if that's shipping damage. It obviously doesn't affect that the thermal results were terrible. Maybe they messed up the mount in addition to getting the fans backwards. That would be very unfortunate though. This foam packing that was in here was in so tight though that we think it may have actually been too much packing, where it may have bent the cooler in the process of some kind of shocker vibe. So anyway, that's the story with that. Let's get this thing fully disassembled. Okay. So cabling, they've done well to cable manage here. That's a plus. They zip tied this huge stack of PCIe cables all together to the 12-pin converter adapter. And then USB 3.1 is fine. There's no glue or anything. 3.0 is fine, or whatever the nomenclature is today. What I'm looking for right now is if they've bent, glued, or only partially plugged something in. That 4-pin was a little bit loose, but is otherwise okay. EPS 12 volt way down here, past where the camera can see, is also fine. Although they did only, and this doesn't matter, but for purposes of being complete, they did not connect this additional 4-pin. So only the 8-pin was connected to the board, not the additional 4. It's not necessary. The power going through this isn't so much that it needs all of that headroom, but just kind of a small attention to detail thing. Oh, did they glue that one? They actually glued one. Holy gosh, I haven't seen that. So you look down here, this is like a throwback to a Walmart overpowered PC. There's a blob of hot glue in there. Can you see the hot glue? So there's hot glue down at the base of this RGB connector. What's gonna happen when it comes out? Well, fortunately none of the pins came out with it. But you can see the hot glue on there. So I have not seen, I mean, I get it. I get why they did it. But I also don't like glue for a solution. I feel like there's probably something more elegant there that could be done. But I also understand they're trying to not have every customer calling with a need for help to plug that in. The rest aren't glued though, that's good. 4-pin's fine. USB's fine, all right, cool. Next step is the part I'm actually interested in, which is getting the motherboard out. That screw is loose, so that is not a good start. That screw's okay. This is kind of sad to me. It's more of like I'm disappointed because Skytech did really well the first time we looked at their system. And you know what? Ultimately what this really means is a really good reminder that, and I think this is self-evident, but just in case it wasn't, that one build from one company doesn't necessarily reflect all of their quality. That's why we normally try to test their support system if we find a problem, which we did here, and other than the thermal issue, which they seem to be clueless to, they were very willing to help with the damaged panel, so at least there's that. Oh, that screw, check that out. This screw is like so loose I could probably move it with the magnet alone. Let's see. Yep. I don't have the actual driver in there. It was just spinning for a second with the magnet only. So 2 pretty loose screws. It was like, yes, some of these things can happen in shipping, but not all of them do, which is what I'm really trying to draw attention to, is they do not get a pass for, oh, well, it was mishandled in shipping. Because shipping doesn't install the fan backwards, and you start getting 2 loose screws, a dinged up cooler, just one, and a dinged up panel, and it's like, yeah, some of those might be shipping, but not all of them are. You can kind of see now better if you look along this as a flat edge reference, and then look at the bottom of the D15 here, NHD15, you can see how it's bent. So that should help illustrate the problem a little better. What I really want to know now is how they did on the cooler. Okay. If you look at the CPU, all we're seeing here is the reason that contact frames exist, and we have videos on these now if you're curious. So the pressure distro you're seeing there is sadly standard for Intel. It's not a Skytech thing. The SSD is fine, it's flat. I was just checking to see if they bent it like a banana, to quote Kingpin. RAM is, socketed fine. It's all fully clicked in. They seem to have a screw tension problem with this system. That one's correct. I can't turn that one at all. Oh, there we go. A lot of torque, I can turn it, but yeah, so they got a couple loose screws in a few places, and then the cooler. But that's the build. Let's take a look at the back really quick. So tail management's pretty good, actually. We've done well to leverage the straps that Fantex has provided. Everything is cleanly routed, and it's user serviceable. So I would say overall good. This could be done a little better. Probably should be like this, but given that it's running real tight there, I think we can give them a passing grade on that. All right, so that's it for the teardown. We've seen enough here. Let's get into the benchmark charts. We'll start benchmarks with thermals because obviously the backwards fan will probably affect those. We've reviewed the Fantex P500A case separately, and it's actually a good candidate for a high-end pre-built. The P500A is large, it cools well, and it's not exorbitantly expensive. We actually liked it in our standalone case review. That means that screwing up the thermals in this case will take a special kind of effort. And this build got the treatment it needed to screw it up. With the full system workload on the GPU and the CPU, we can see that the maximum core temperature of the CPU immediately jumped to 100 degrees Celsius in under 30 seconds after the render began. After this point, the CPU reported thermal throttling for the entire rest of the test. So this is obviously beyond unacceptable for a $5,000 computer.
That's $5,000?
Yes. So anyway, there's a Noctua NHD15 in it, and even though Noctua certifies that the D15 can handle a 12900K, they've obviously done it in a way where Noctua can't handle Skytech's.
Do you get something else with it? Where's the 5K going?
Let's go to the next chart. We found that running CPU and GPU workloads simultaneously on this system resulted in low GPU core utilization, even with the 3090 Ti reportedly hitting its power performance limit. So the 64-degree average you're seeing here actually isn't reality, and we'll explore this more later. This chart simplifies how bad it is. Looking at average temperatures with the front panel on and off adds more evidence that the problem obviously is the CPU cooler, not the case. The only notable difference with the front panel removed is a slight reduction in average GPU temperature, down from 64 degrees Celsius to 63. Great. If we save up enough of those degree Celsius improvements, maybe we can do something with them. But for now, the best we get is this system. Now for these, we didn't set the fans to a static speed. Normally, we would do that because it's a necessary control. However, they set themselves to a static speed of 100% all the time forever because it's overheating. So it is actually directly comparable. Here's a look at what we're losing for that incompetent configuration. The P-core is throttled down to 4,400 megahertz from their target of 4,900 megahertz. That is a massive loss, and it's not part of expected behavior. 500 megahertz averaged across all cores is a significant reduction. We're not anywhere close to what the 12900K should be holding. Skytech has effectively turned it into a part from multiple generations ago. But you're paying today's prices. Even the E-cores dropped down to 3500 megahertz from 3700 megahertz directly, and that's because of overheating. Skytech is just throwing away performance here with one of the most obvious flaws in a build that we've seen yet. But if we look at Skytech's QC certificate, shown here, it includes Prime 95 and Furmark and certifies that they were both run on the system. But the email we got specified it was at 100 degrees Celsius, and apparently this, again, didn't set off alarm bells. We're still not over that, but to be fair to Skytech, the system is functioning as expected. It's just that the expected functionality is unbelievably bad and terrifying as a possible outcome for an uninformed customer or one buying for a kid or a friend or someone like that, where they'll never know what's actually gone wrong. So the certificate, it's not a lie. It's just that it certifies incompetence here.
It certifies that people have $5,000 to waste.
Finally, we ran another test with Furmark alone to isolate the GPU since it was choking otherwise on the CPU limitations, and now the air-cooled 3090 Ti actually does well. It keeps the temperatures steady at 70 degrees Celsius with fan speeds peaking around 80%. It's a little high for these, a speed of 2300 RPM, but thanks to the P500A and ASUS's gigantic GPU cooler, the thermals are actually under control here. The system could be good. This is evidence of that. It's just the obvious happened with the CPU cooler. This is where we'd normally do game testing, but a couple things for this one. First of all, you don't need game testing on this to tell you that a 3090 Ti is better than a 1650 or something. We have those tests. You can check out the GP reviews for them. And ultimately, this thing, it's built with just such unbelievable ineptitude that it'd be going back out the door right away anyway. So we're gonna save the time on those and focus on things like noise and other aspects of why it's bad and just skip the games this time.
Well, I keep on thinking does it wipe your ass?
Instead of games, let's look at the noise. Here's the chart where we plot noise over time. Normally, we see a gradual ramping curve as the fan follows the temperature pretty closely with maybe some hysteresis mixed in. That allows for a less audible change. Instead, what we get can be defined by an extremely technical term. The term is called bad. We know it's advanced, but try to keep up. The speed of the two CPU fans and 4 case fans is directly determined by CPU temperature, and therefore, all 6 immediately ramp to their maximum speed as soon as an all-core workload begins. I could hear Patrick performing this noise test through 2 walls. There is a curve, but the CPU overheats too quickly, and that curve turns into what we call a line. Because of the abrupt fan ramp, noise testing was at least pretty easy. At idle, we measured a noise level of 34.2 dBA and a 27 dBA noise floor, and under load, we measured a consistent noise level of 48.1 dBA. The ramp between the two only took 10 seconds, and this doesn't factor in the actually extremely loud and annoying coil whine from the Asus TUF 3090 Ti that we heard in some high FPS gaming tests, as the testing here didn't involve those games, and it becomes more of a noise frequency issue anyway than a volume one. Power testing was less straightforward than usually because the CPU was heavily throttled throughout the test. We typically report total system power consumption immediately after a Blender render begins within the turbo window, or TAO for Intel CPUs, and then again after the system has reached steady state. On the Mark 9, full system power consumption averaged 340 watts for just a few seconds after the render began, followed by a gradual decrease down to a steady 298 watt average. The short-term power is less than the Aurora R13's, while the long-term is essentially tied. But at least the Aurora had a deliberately lower than stock PL1 setting, whereas the CPU in the Mark 9 is downclocking accidentally due to heat. Running games adds the 3090 Ti's considerable power consumption into the mix, averaging 551 watts full system power in Rainbow Six Siege and 585 in Cyberpunk. Both are at 1080p here, and that's lower than the R13, but it's a significant chunk of the 850 watt power supply's capacity when considering the possibility of transient spikes or more intensive workloads. We're not sure that this system would stay online under heavy transients. The components all matched the brands and the models in the original order, which was unusually specific because of our level of customization. Normally, the SI has some freedom to select parts, which can lead to an overall lower price, but it can also lead to unexpectedly receiving absolutely terrible memory or an OEM-only motherboard with no BIOS update support. both problems that we've seen repeatedly. That was not an issue here, so they did well with that as well, although we also weren't trying to get a bargain on this one. There was no quick start guide included with the system. There was a link to an online guide, and setup didn't require anything unusual anyway. Remove the foam, plug in the peripherals, plug in the system, and power it on. As for those peripherals, the mouse and keyboard are the same ones we got with the other Skytech PC. They're cheap, generic, and technically functional for now. The keyboard is a rubber dome. It's sturdy with a metal-backed design, and it has some extremely basic RGB lighting. Good enough if you're buying this for a kid or someone who might not have had sort of real keyboard experience before. The layout is backwards L, also known as, and we just learned this recently, Big Ass Enter. Or if you move to the hyphen, Big Ass Enter. We're not really sure which one. The one with an annoyingly undersized backspace key is the only thing you need to know. The mouse cord is only about 140 centimeters long, so it's shorter than the keyboard cable, and that can be restrictive with trying to route cables around monitors and other peripherals. Next up, BIOS and software. Unfortunately, the system shipped with all BIOS settings set to defaults, meaning that XMP was disabled. That's not good. We ordered and received the system with 4 16GB DDR5 5200 memory modules, but the actual memory speed was 4,000 megatransfers per second out of the box, which is what we used for testing. The last time we ordered a system from Skytech, it included higher spec memory that was actually downclocked to precisely match the order. This is the opposite, where they're not meeting the order, so there's a little bit of inconsistency, which isn't a good sign. Default behavior for the 12900K is to maintain a 241 watt power limit for eternity. It's a pretty long time, and it's already clearly beyond our system's cooling capability, so applying Intel defaults wouldn't have helped here either. Still, explicitly disabling MCE, if they had done that, would have at least shown some awareness of the potential problem. The rest of the default BIOS settings were acceptable, and all the fans were connected to the appropriate headers with working speed curves. And as for the software, NVIDIA's driver version was 512.59 installed in Windows, which was actually extremely up to date when compared to our order date, meaning at the time it was built, it was the right driver, and that's good, because the Mark 9 was built to order, so they're not imaging something with old drivers on it. As for the rest, the desktop was populated with shortcuts to various software we didn't want and support sites we won't go to, but the only bloatware already on the system was Asus's Armory Crate. We can't fully fault Skytech for that, but we'll happily fault Asus. Stop baking your garbage software installer into motherboards because it's disgusting. So that's it for the Skytech Mark 9. We think the problem, talking with Patrick about this, we're both pretty sure that the problem is as you get into more custom builds, it's more likely that they screw it up because there's no longer this big standard operating procedure they can follow. It's not cookie cutter assembly. There's different parts that the user might choose. And there's, I guess our thinking was it's one of two things. Either you custom order and you're gonna get the best possible build. That's option one, because they're probably gonna put their best builder or builders on it. Option two is that there's not enough SOPs in place, there's not enough QC steps in place, they don't have a canonical top to bottom pipeline they can follow, and this happens, where someone doesn't see that a fan is backwards. That should have, there's so many points that should have been caught, because it ruins the system. That alone entirely brought this system down. And that's the part where our feedback to Skytech is, look, you got the previous one right. So we know Skytech can do a good job, and we praised them for that build, but it was more mass-produced. With this one, if I were a consultant getting paid a lot for what I'm about to say for free, my role, I think, would be to go in, analyze the process, and go, okay, we need a standard operating procedure to handle this step of the pipeline where this problem occurred. We need to go back and look at when the testing happens, and not just tell the QC technician, run this batch file with FurMark and Prime 95, and then if it doesn't shut down, pass it. You need to teach them that, hey, 100 degrees is bad, and also so is like high 90s, and also even then look for throttling where the temperature might look low, but you're losing all the performance. This is all stuff that can be taught. The technicians who run these reports should be fully capable, but someone has to teach them what to look for, and there has to be a checklist. In fact, there was a checklist that we got that said the test was run, they signed it, but the problem is there's no, just running it isn't good enough. You have to think about it. So, and that comes down to management to put those processes in place and to educate the people doing the work so they know what to look for. Otherwise they're like, I don't know what you want from me. So I think that's the problem here with Skytech, but that's it for
你相信吗？你自以为的命运可以很轻易被一件小事扭曲哦。本故事发生在未来时代，全世界只有关东和关西2个国家。今年20岁的女主来自关西，是一名小公务员，是安分守己的普通人。这天回家路上，她路过一家章鱼烧小摊子，便高高兴兴上前点了一份。看见身旁的男子在付钱时掉了500西元，她好心捡起硬币追续，不料对方只冷酷地说了一句：章鱼烧做好了，老板娘说一份500西元，只收现金，让没带钱打算用印章付款的女主吓了一跳。她看了一眼手上的500元硬币，觉得用别人的钱不太妥当，便提出要回家拿现金付款。没想到老板娘误会她故意赖账，直接报警将她送到了警局。另一边，男子收下黑帮支付的巨款，启动战车出发去给他们运送货物。他是特级罪犯，是一名绝对敬业的运输工。一旦接下任务，无论是什么货，他都会不惜任何手段送到收货人手中。这天，他接到了一宗神秘委托，内容委托他去劫狱，救出今晚会被公开处刑的杀人鬼。第一个救出杀人鬼的人，可获得高达1亿西元的报酬。同样收到这个委托的还有3位特级罪犯，他们分别是超级热爱打架，每时每刻都在寻找对手的打架专家；讨厌无聊，热衷骇入各种顶级保安系统的骇客；以及拥有神级医术、杀人救人全看心情的变态女医师。因为没把身上的500元付给老板娘，女主被警方质疑是个诈骗师。百口莫辩之时，打架专家为了委托袭击了警局，一只小黑猫在骚乱中跑了进来。通往杀人魔所在的电梯前，4位特级罪犯齐聚一堂，互相伤害。然而他们各有各的专长，谁也伤不了谁。场面焦灼之际，女主追着小黑猫跑进了这里。骇客翻查了他的资料，发现他只是个没有案底的普通人，于是一致决定把他宰了再说。女主被吓得胆颤心惊，回想起今天的经历，她灵机一动，谎称自己是一名诈骗师。之所以没有案底，是因为她骗过了罪犯数据库。电梯开启，警方派出的巨型机器人袭击了大家，激烈的爆炸炸穿了地面，连带底层的地下监狱。一个贪财的小混混趁机逃出，听见女医师抱怨这任务1亿西元不划算，便偷偷跟了上来，想要捞点好处。倒数10秒，杀人魔正要被处刑了，特级罪犯们和巨型机器人也打到了现场。女医师和骇客想着想当救下杀人鬼的第一位，只有运输工和打架专家认真应付巨型机器人。只不过，运输工的战力大部分来自于科技强大的机车，因此机车被重物卡着，他就无计可施了。眼看他快要被杀，女主突然想起自己还没还他500元，便鬼使神差对着机器人大喊，分散了他的注意力。运输工趁机取出机车，发动超强电磁炮，终于成功炸毁了机器人，杀了无数人，累计徒刑900多年的杀人鬼获救了。在场的所有人却猝不及防被带上了项圈炸弹，试图拆开就会被当场炸死。被女主保护的那只小黑猫，就是在背后策划了一切的人。他大方地给每个人都汇入了1亿西元，要求他们进行第2个任务，袭击并潜入新干线。新干线是关西通往关东唯一的方法。基于人类将关东视为乌托邦一样的存在，所以新干线也被视为人类的信仰。一听到要袭击这东西，女主和小混混吓得冷汗直流。惊人的10亿西元打动了特级罪犯们。基于身为普通人被卷进来的女主，因为项圈炸弹没法逃走，只能继续假装自己是诈欺师，跟随大家。一行人等车准备前往废弃工厂商讨细节，打架专家等得不耐烦，干脆就劫持了一辆飞行巴士。小混混看这人头脑简单，决定找他来做自己的靠山，厚着脸皮吹牛，说自己是被判了5亿年徒刑的大佬。而打架专家居然天真的信了。 至于其他人呢？骇客专心控制巴士，女医师想用美色来巴结运输工，失败。杀人魔只专注于四周的红色，表现得像个孩子。因为他的捣乱，巴士失控撞向了一栋7星酒店。电视正在播放关系的科普小剧场，这节目每天都会重播23次，每天一集，为的就是给关系人科普历史。本集讲述战争时，身为高科技国的关东给关西捅下了新型炸弹，关西惨败。没想到后来关东主动伸出援手重建了关西，因此关西对关东既崇拜又感恩。画面一转，打架专家击退了前来的警察们，杀人魔正视了女主一眼，莫名其妙就坚定地说：“你是我的了。”小黑猫完整讲解了自己的委托。新干线会运送关西献给关东的贡品，他希望罪犯们替他将贡品运送到某个地方。难度在于新干线车站警备森严，且新干线出发10分钟后会进入绝对隔离领域，那里曾被关东投放过原子弹，空气已遭污染。可以的话，他们需要在进入该领域之前夺回贡品。没给女主拒绝的机会，墙壁从隔壁的房间被炸开了，来者是专杀罪犯的处刑科师徒。女徒弟的战力远超于一般警察，师傅是处刑科的王牌，战力在所有人之上，令打架专家打得10分过瘾。骇客趁机抱起黑猫离开，杀人魔被处刑科师傅从高楼踢下，小玩偷袭的女医师被徒弟一刀秒杀。短数分钟，罪犯们陷入了劣势。关键时刻，运输工遥控机车将这里炸了，众人才得以脱身到早前约定好的废弃工厂。
生きてる。私、生きてる。本当ね。
わってなんで生きてんすか？
除了女医师能自知伤口，其他人也算是各凭本事活了下来。明天，他们将一起抵达关西车站，那里的电梯需要同时启动上下2层的按钮才能使用，因此小黑猫将所有人进行了分组。女主回想着今天以前的一切，发现自己已经从普通人的生活越走越远。
運び屋さんはどうして運び屋をしてるんですか？
俺の居場所だ。
居場所。
次日，他们抵达了车站，女主乔装工作人员把大家运进去，骇客负责骇入警备系统，修改摄像头。他对于神秘的关东很感兴趣，誓言总有一天他会离开无聊的关系。很快，两组人各自抵达了上下2层的电梯处，这里没有任何信号，意味着没法用手机联系的他们必须在约定好的时间内同时按下按钮。距离约定时间仅剩3分钟，他们却被挡在一扇又一扇的防护门前。犯罪生涯就这么结束了吗？才不！打架专家误打误撞找到诀窍，他没有击破防护门，而是用蛮力将整个门框连根拔起。杀人魔没有那股蛮力，而是机智使用投掷飞刀的方式，将前面的飞刀逐步推进。倒数10秒，他们还剩最后一扇门，杀人魔的飞刀却在这时用完了。女主心生一计，一把夺过被骇客视为宝贝的无人机，去吧皮卡超！不是，去吧无人机！神童和混混同一时间按下了按钮。
何してるんです？早く行きますよ。
嗨！一行人抵达站台，这里被我省略了一些过程。总之，大家赶在新干线出发前潜入了车厢。他们位于第6节车厢，小黑猫想要的贡品被放置在第1节车厢的保险柜。他们需要在新干线驶入绝对隔离领域前完成任务。本来时间还算充裕，没想到那对处刑科师徒又一次出现，又一次扰乱他们的计划。众人轮番上阵，杀人魔为了不让女主被杀，开始认真起来。打架专家觉得棋逢敌手，很是高兴，于是赶走了杀人魔，想和处刑科师傅大战一场。决斗的结果是打架专家被处刑科师傅用剑刺穿，作为反击，他紧紧抓住对方。就这么打着打着，10分钟过了，所有人终究是进入了绝对隔离区域。 待在车厢里虽然不会被污染毒害，但数分钟后，列车必定会经过消毒区，将里面所有病毒和生物进行消毒分解。小黑猫坚持原定计划，想要打开保险库。运输工制服了女徒弟，夺回机车，冲到第一节车厢。等到人数到齐后，运输工使用机身的力量直接切断剩余车厢，总算成功甩掉难缠的处刑科师徒。倒数1分钟，他们将进入消毒区，大家却发现他们没有保险库的钥匙。他们成功打开了保险库，发现里面的贡品不是什么武器，而是2个活生生的小孩子。小女孩吹响神秘的笛子，不仅直接停止了新干线，还造出了一层保护他们的防护罩。男孩也坦白告诉众人，黑猫就是他控制的，现在只要把他们送回关西，任务就算完成。没想到骇客放弃了酬金，他不想待在无聊的关西，宁愿搭上性命也要前往充满未知的关东。临走前，他将宝贵的无人机送给总是对他好言相劝的女主作为告别礼物。处刑科师徒在同事的救援下捡回了1条命，原以为罪犯们都死在了消毒区域，结果关东召见了处刑科长官，称罪犯们不仅活着，还夺走了重要的贡品。长官吞不下这口气，不留情面将尽忠职守的处刑科师徒革职了。女徒弟感到很不甘心，而总是倾尽全力的师傅只是无奈地沉默着。画面一转，离开危险地带的大家决定在不远处的废墟稍作休息。女医师认为兄妹俩大有来头，不想激怒关东，强硬逼迫兄妹俩交代出真实身份。女主不满其欺凌弱小的行为，挺身站出来保护了兄妹。基于没有人站队女医师，所以这件事就这么不了了之，但也因此让女主和女医师结下梁子。所有人当中，只有运输工认为女主不是诈骗师。女主试着把500西元还给他，结果他又一次一脸嫌弃的拒绝，说掉在地上的钱不吉利。另一边，女徒弟醒来时发现师父已经不在了。师父伤得那么重，会去哪里呢？女徒弟十分惶恐不安，前去找长官，才发现师父已经一个人去找罪犯。而长官不仅默许了这样的行为，还让女徒弟去见证师父的决心。处刑科师傅找到了回关西路上的罪犯们，首先将残忍的打架专家甩下高楼。他的最主要目的是夺回贡品，于是把攻击目标瞄准了运输工。运输工自知打不过他，便吩咐女主带着兄妹逃走。昏昏偷偷跑到楼底，找到了刚醒过来的打架专家，发现他先前的刀伤已经裂开，于是提议2人先一起逃走。没想到打架专家就算是死，也不愿做逃跑的鼠辈。那一刻起，昏昏彻底折服于他的魄力。究竟身为处刑科战力天花板的处刑科师傅，能否被打架专家打败呢？画面一转，杀人魔双腿已被压在重物之下。让处刑科师傅没想到的是，这个疯子为了保护女主，竟然自断双腿。他拿小男孩充当自己的肉盾，趁对方没法正面进攻时，一刀刺穿小男孩的身体，连带将处刑科师傅刺伤。这画面将女主吓得手足无措，一旁的小女孩却很是淡定，因为男孩的伤口不到几分钟就迅速愈合了。原来关东想要的就是这不死之身。大家撑到了打架专家重返战场，运输工才成功将女主等人载走。终于，群斗变成了2个负伤之人赌上性命的一战。他们2人，一人忠于自己毫不退缩的原则，另一人则是为了处决罪犯的大义。女徒弟拖着受伤的身躯往前方走去，她见到了师父，可终究是为时已晚。 只收下了师傅颤抖着递给他那把象征着正义的光剑。同时，混混也感到前所未有的悲伤。那个认真倾听他的鬼话，唯一真心待他的人死了。捡起地上的剑，他全力冲向了女徒弟。剩余的人顺利抵达了小男孩指定的地方，有关于关东的秘密即将浮出水面。究竟兄妹俩的不死之身从何而来？杀人魔为什么致力于保护女主？女主能否回到从前普通的生活呢？预知后事，请等待我下期的解说。我是魔女嘉尔，我们下期见。
这2个月啊，我们真是前所未有的忙啊！新品扎堆发布，一波未平一波又起。那今天又该轮到英特尔的13代酷睿出场了。我们这次拿到了 i9-13900K 和i7-13700K。那今天的评测呢，我们不仅要看看13代对比12代和 Ryzen 到底强了多少，功耗和温度怎么样，也要拉来 Skylake 架构的老将9900K 来对比一下，看看这2年 CPU 的进步到底带来了多大的游戏性能提升。还要来看看 DDR4和 DDR5不同规格的内存对性能影响又有多大？内容非常丰富啊，那我希望大家能把点赞先给交了。那在此之前呢，我们先来聊聊架构。代号为 Raptor Lake 的13代酷睿并没有对架构进行大改。那虽然说大核的架构已经改成了这个 Raptor Cove 啊，但它基本的设计和12代的 Golden Cove 是相同的。那它的改进呢，主要集中在这下面的几点啊。那第一个，13代呢大幅提升了2级缓存的大小，从12代的每个大核 1.25 兆，小核每4个核心共享2兆，提升到了每个大核2兆，每4个小核共享4兆。那在理论成绩上呢，它可能不会表现得非常明显，但对游戏性能呢，肯定是会有一定的帮助的。这个也是我们今天测试的重点之一。那第二个重要改进在于工艺，英特尔再次打磨了自家的英特尔7工艺啊。按照我们习惯的讲法呢，就是10纳米加，那不知道加了多少次啊。结果就是13代的频率大幅提升。那特挑的13900KS 呢，甚至已经可以跑到了单核6G 赫兹的睿频了。那本来我以为任4的频率已经很离谱了，没想到13代还是更离谱。那第三个重要改进呢是内存控制器，桌面平台引入 DDR5呢是在12代上，不过那个时候的内存控制器标准的支持频率是4800兆，而这次呢则达到了5600兆，内存超频呢也会比12代酷睿显著更强。至于具体的超频能力呢，我们也会在后面专门测试一下，看看 DDR5的高频时代是不是真的到来了。哦，对了啊，因为和上代兼容啊，13代呢也依然支持 DDR4，我们也会来看一下 DDR4在这代的表现如何，性能差距和 DDR5又有多大。那第4个变化呢，是由于核心数的大幅度提升，实际上小核在环形总线上的节点呢，从原来的2个节点对应2×4小核的规模，变成了4个节点对应4×4的小核。那相应的呢，也增大了总的 L3大小。那这个对于游戏性能也会有一定的增益。那么我们简单介绍完架构以后啊，干脆来跑一下业界标准 Spec 2017，看看这个好像改进不大的架构，相比12代到底有没有同频性能提升吧。那么在 Spec 2017里呢，13代的 Raptor Cove 和12代的 Golden Cove 大核表现不能说非常相似啊，只能说完全一样。看来更大的缓存并没有给 CPU 的理论性能带来帮助。当然，12代和13代本身的性能已经非常强了，这也依然是目前综合 IPC 最高的 X86 CPU 架构，领先于对手的任4。那相比于大核呢，这次更让人意外的反而是小核啊。虽然小核架构还叫 Grace Mount， 但凭借着缓存和连接的改进 ，IPC 倒是有一定的提升啊。新的小核的整数部分提升了6.6%，那看来新的小核呢不仅仅是提高了频率，同频性能也更强了。13代小核的性能几乎已经赶上了 Skylake 的性能，整数要比 Skylake 更强，浮点呢要稍弱，加上这次小核频率也已经全部都超过了4G赫啊，这就基本意味着13900K 仅仅是小核部分就已经约等于2颗9700K 了。这个小核，我觉得真的已经不小了。那看起来呢，13代酷睿的同频单核提升幅度并不大，但既然加大了缓存，频率又高了那么多，那么它的游戏性能会不会有惊喜呢？我们找来了12代最强的12900KS 和 AMD 的2颗7000系，以及游戏最强优 5800X3D， 来看看13代酷睿在游戏中的表现究竟如何。先来介绍一下我们这次的测试平台吧。我们这次搭配了 ROG 的 Maximus Z790 Hero， 它搭配了20加1项供电啊，哪怕是应付13900K 这种规格的 CPU， 也可以说是毫无压力。和所有的 ROG 高端主板一样，除了很好用的 BIOS， 还有一些非常好用的小细节，比如说像显卡和 M.2 硬盘的快拆设计啊，支持 PD 快充的前置接口啊等等。那板子里呢还附送了一块 PCIe 5.0的硬盘扩展卡，它可以装2块 M.2 的固态硬盘。内存方面呢，我们使用了支持新款的6800C34的换风级，那它使用了海力士新推出的 A 代颗粒，有非常高的超频潜力，是目前综合表现最好的 DDR5 内存颗粒。散热方面呢，我们使用的是 VK 的 GL360 水冷啊，而在超频部分呢，我们也用上了 VK 的420水冷。毕竟谁都知道 i9 超频之后可不是随便就能压住的。那我们还准备了一张 ROG 的 Strix Z790A 吹雪，用来测试搭配 DDR4 的性能表现，来看看13代搭配高频 DDR5 和高频 DDR4 游戏性能又会有多大的差距。
那这轮理论游戏性能测试呢，我们统一使用的是 ROG 的 Strix 4090显卡，搭配 1080p 高画质，来完全避免显卡瓶颈。等到后面呢，模拟现实情况，对比 990K 的时候，再来看看 2K 和 4K。首先啊，是对帧数要求最高的竞技类网游。这类游戏呢，通常也是对 CPU 要求比较高的。不过最近很热门的 Apex 由于锁了300帧的上限啊，我们这里参测了6款处理器，搭配4090都是跑不出什么区别的，轻松满帧，只有在低帧上有些许的差别。那 CS:GO 呢，对于频率比较敏感，13代和7000系锐龙都可以跑到800帧以上的离谱帧数啊，那看起来非常惊人，但说实话呢，实际意义我觉得也并不是很大。不过综合1%低帧来看啊 ，CS:GO 里啊还是 Ryzen 的表现略好一点。在英雄联盟的测试里面呢，这几位还是不太能拉开差距的。相对来说最强的还是13900K，13700K 呢也可以稳压12900KS。另外在1%低帧上啊，13代似乎比12代又有所提升，或许更大的缓存呢也对游戏的稳定性有一些帮助。再跑下吃鸡啊，这个就有意思了。13代凭借着增大的2级缓存和超高的频率，在绝地求生里比起12代是有明显提升的。那比起对手的刃4呢，也有显著优势。当然啊，刃4也一样打不过580x3D。那另外13代的1%低帧啊，也要比对手高很多，这意味着钢枪等激烈场景里会有更好的表现。那另一个游戏呢，逃离塔科夫啊，这个游戏的优化就做得奇差了。大家的低帧表现都非常离谱啊！平均帧来看，13代的2兄弟表现还不错，但这次用不到13代出马，12代就已经领先 AMD 的几位对手了。更新到2代的守望先锋，对于内存和缓存的需求是非常大的。那加大了2级缓存的13代，比起12代有一定的提升，相比刃4也领先了不少。580x3D 呢，凭借着大缓存，表现也很优秀。然后就是驱动开销逆天的原神了。作为热门线上游戏里面帧数最低的一个，那原神的优化就如同尼禄的舞姿一般迷幻啊。13代呢，在这里还是有一些优势的。AMD 在这里啊，主要是输在了低频上。很多时候小卡顿才是这个游戏最烦的地方，也难怪米哈游不给开放120帧呢，对吧？看完线上游戏的性能表现，我们再来玩一些单机大作吧。城市天际线这个应该是英特尔领先幅度最大的一款游戏了，比刃4要强不少啊。但是13代和12代相比呢，并没有拉开显著的性能优势。反正玩天际线嘛，一样都没办法满足平均60帧。老头环里面啊，13900K 表现不错，比起12代和刃4都是更强的。那当然，3A 游戏呢，相比网游，其实同代 CPU 之间不一定能够拉开多少差距，这点在2077中体现的就更加明显了。2077是一个图形负载极高的游戏，显卡基本上都是满载的，那 CPU 基本上就很难再去造成明显的差别了。至少参测的这些处理器啊，都差不太多。不过预告一下啊，我们待会儿去测9900K 的时候，情况就可能会很不一样了。那相比之下，蜘蛛侠这个游戏呢，还是 CPU 瓶颈更加显著一些，各款 CPU 之间可以拉开非常大的差距。13代比起刃4有一定优势，比起12代也提升了一些。那现在13代总算是可以满足最低帧达到60帧以上了。另外，在这项测试里呢，580x3D 的表现有点出人意料，表现甚至不如2款刃4。那比起13代的2款 CPU 呢，差距就更大了。另一个优化比较好的游戏呢是《地平线5》啊，搭配4090的情况下，各款 CPU 都能够跑到将近200帧的高帧率啊。在这里，13代和刃4比较接近，不过仍然是13900K 处于领先地位。还有一款优化惊为天人的压轴大作，那就是我们熟悉的微软模拟飞行，依然没有任何游戏能够突破平均60帧的大关啊。13代比起12代有一定进步，比刃4还是强一些的，但580x3D 依然相当不错。总的来说啊，凭借缓存和频率的双重进化，13代的游戏性能比起12代又有了小幅提升。13700K 的游戏性能呢，已经可以全方位的超过上代最强的 i9-12900KS 了，而13900K 基本上就是接下来半年最强的游戏 CPU 了。当然，你预算没那么多的情况下，打游戏啊，其实我觉得选 i5-13600K 这个级别的 CPU 就可以了。那游戏性能呢，也应该差不了太多。不过这个游戏测试啊，顶多算是理论测试，只是做个对比，看看13代和刃4孰强孰弱。要真说现实意义的话，我觉得很多小伙伴用的可能还是像8代、9代、10代的老酷睿啊，其中呢也不乏想在今年升个级、换个显卡，但是又担心老油带不动的同学。那我们今天就来解答这个疑问：如果我想换4090，是不是一定要换掉老平台？那同样带4090呢，13900K和几年前的最强9900K，游戏里到底能差出多少帧呢？既然要考虑现实意义啊，我们就不能只测1080P了，2K、4K 这种高分辨率也得带上。高分辨率下呢，显然显卡的负载更高，这是不是意味着我就不用换优，老优也能带得动新卡呢？ 猜测不如实测啊。现在我们就把实际结果放出来给大家看看。其实，在开始测试以前啊，我没有想到中间仅仅隔了1代架构的9代处理器会和13代有如此夸张的差距啊。先来看看 1080P， 竞技网游里 13900K 和9900K 在很多游戏中的差距甚至已经是近乎翻倍的程度了。甚至在逃离塔科夫里，13900K 的帧数远远领先9900K，超过了1倍啊，感知非常的强。那有一说一呢，这个啊要归功于4090。当彻底摆脱了显卡瓶颈之后，我们终于看到了 CPU 真正的游戏性能差距，甚至连原神里两者都有着巨大的差异。13900K 比起9900K 能强出70%啊。那注意这里的1%低帧啊，9900K 的1%低帧是不能稳定在60帧以上的，这意味着你在须弥城跑图的时候会有比较多的小卡顿。单机游戏当中 CPU 可能差距比线上网游稍微小一些，但是像蜘蛛侠呀、天际线呀、老头环啊、微软飞行模拟啊这些游戏还是非常吃 CPU 的，两者的差距依然非常恐怖，尤其是1%低帧的提升啊，更是对游戏实际的流畅度有着非常大的影响。那我们把分辨率拉高一档，玩 2K 的话 ，CPU 平均会不会稍微小一些呢？确实会小一些，那毕竟 GPU 的负载随着分辨率的提升啊变高了一些。13900K 有的时候已经可以驾驭得住4090了，可你再看看9900K 的帧数，除了赛博朋克2077的帧数有了一点下降，剩下的这1440P 和1080P 的帧数都没有区别啊。这说明9900K 在 2K 下面依然完全带不动4090。如果你是在 2K 下想升级4090，还用着老 CPU， 那我觉得没必要啊。你的确可以考虑一下，先升级 CPU， 再考虑显卡了，或者不如就省点钱，不要升级了吧。那我们继续拉高分辨率啊，4K 下9900K 总能驾驭住4090了吧？从结果来看呢，我觉得这个结论依然很难说啊。一些图形负载更高的游戏，那比如说像 Apex、守望先锋、赛博朋克2077，或者说地平线5这些，那帧数和13900K 的差距确实不像低分辨率那么大了。尤其是最吃显卡的2077啊，4K 下9900K 总算和13900K 拉在了同一个水平，但是其他的很多游戏呢，9900K 依然和13代差距非常大，甚至有些游戏，比如像蜘蛛侠啊，9900K 的4K 和1080P 的帧数都是一样的。那这意味着老平台上，如果你直接上4090，很多游戏哪怕开4K 都喂不饱显卡。优哥闲着呢。那简单总结一下，如果你主要是在 4K 下打3A 大作，或者是主要像玩 Apex 这种优化好的游戏，又懒得换平台，只是想图省事儿买张4090提升一下游戏体验，那我觉得老游强行撑一下也不是不行。但如果你玩对 CPU 负载要求比较高的游戏比较多啊，或者说你用的是2K 分辨率，对帧数有要求的话，那我觉得你还是优先考虑换 CPU 吧，这可能比你单纯去换张4090的游戏提升要大很多。既然13代脱胎于12代，那它同样也继承了一个非常重要的特性，就是兼容 DDR4 内存。不过13代的内存控制器有所加强啊 ，DDR4 内存的默认频率从4800提升到了5600，这意味着内存超频性能也有所提升。因此这次我们打算同时测一下第4、第5标频和高频3种情况下的游戏性能。我们这次也寄来了华硕的 Z790A 吹雪啊，这是一张 DDR4 内存的 Z790 主板。然后我们还对 DDR5 呢进行了频率和时序上的优化，选择了72C32这样一个对13代来说相对甜品的 DDR5 超频频率来进行对比。那我这里就直接放结果了。72C32这样的顶级规格内存啊，已经完完全全超过了 DDR4 的游戏性能。经过1年的进步 ，DDR5 已经不再是鸡肋了。但是 DDR4呢也确实不弱，3600C16的 DDR4 依然可以和6000C30的 DDR5打个有来有回啊。看来，如果你想用13代搭配 DDR4 打游戏呢，还是完全没有问题的。如果你手里有内存，也可以接着用。但是全新装机的用户，我还是更推荐上 DDR5。那一方面呢，是 DDR5 的价格已经逐渐下来了，现在第5的市场价格呢，并不比高端第4贵多少。另外一方面呢，如果以后你还有升级的需求，还是会方便一些，多一种选择，多一条路嘛。那我觉得比起只支持 DDR5 内存，结果频率还上不去的Zen 4，在13代平台上，内存选择的灵活度确实是要高一些的。除了游戏性能以外啊，这类高端 CPU 我相信也会有很多小伙伴买回去是用来干活的吧，也会这个干活吧，对吧？那不管怎么说啊，我们还是先来看一下13900K 8个大核加16个小核，是不是能够在专业软件里干掉16个大核的7950X。那我们首先从 C4D Cinebench R23 开始。 在 R3当中啊，我没有想到 13900K 就直接干掉了16大核的 7950X，13700K 也直接干趴了 7900X，顺手还把上代最强的12900KS 给干掉了。那看来大小核设计呢，在能用得到全核心性能的3D 渲染场景当中，还是非常有用的。不过这 i7 就可以打 R9了，那 R7 怎么办呢？那同样能够体现 CPU 渲染性能的 Blender 宝马测试场景当中，13代也展现了强大的实力。13900K 超过了 7950X，13700K 呢也超过了 7900X。其实我更期待6+8核的 i5-13600K 是什么表现啊？可惜这次没能测到。那对核心性能和内存与缓存性能都十分敏感的7zip压缩和解压测试里面，13代的2核处理器比起12代也有了一定程度的提升，但综合来看呢，还是略弱于缓存更大的2颗Zen 4。在 Adobe 全家桶当中，13代的表现也非常优秀，综合表现比起已经很强的12900KS 也有了一定程度的提升。而且因为有着核显加速这种物理外挂的存在，尤其在 PR 这项测试里面啊，13代和12代比起对手有着非常显著的优势。AE 里面呢，13代也有着明显的领先，表现确实不错。在另一个剪辑软件达芬奇的性能测试里，13代虽然依然能够保持领先，但核显并没有给这个项目带来显著的性能提升啊。在 Media Encoder 里，我们给2家的 CPU 都打开了核显，但是英特尔这边这个核显加速以后强好多啊！3款参测的处理器都可以把对手最强的 7950X 按在地上摩擦。不过意外的是，13代的2款 CPU 却并没有打败12900KS，那我也不明白这是为什么。那如果我们把英特尔的核显关掉呢？13代的2款处理器还是比 7950X 更强，哪怕上代的12900KS 也能和 7950X 打平，表现不错。那最后我们再来看看用 VS 编译 Dolphin 的速度。在这项测试里面呢，Zen 4两兄弟啊一反常态，终于小幅超越了13代两兄弟。虽然领先幅度并不算大，但也终于算是扬眉吐气了一回啊。总的来看，13代在专业软件当中的表现是挺不错的，比起12代呢又有了一定的提升，而且这个提升幅度基本上就是由更多的核心和更高的频率所带来的。小核规模的扩增啊，使得即使是对多核性能要求很高的应用里面，13代面对全大核的 Zen 4也能够保证不落下风。那整个测试做下来呢，13代酷睿凭借着更多的核心、更大的缓存和更高的频率，性能上还是给了我一些惊喜的。但这种恐怖的频率又会带来怎样的功耗呢？我们在这个测试当中会搭配 VK 的 GL360水冷，横向对比一下几款 CPU 的导热能力。在 R3的循环测试当中，13900K 墨屏下的功耗就来到了269瓦，13700K 也达到了196瓦，功耗呢显然还是很高的。但工艺的改进确实也能看到作用。因为12900KS 的规格比13900K 小那么多的情况下，也达到了255瓦的功耗，而规格比12900KS 更高的13700K 呢，功耗反而又低了很多。和对手横向对比的话呢，13900K 的功耗也要稍高于7950X，那毕竟频率要更激进，但13700K 的功耗和7900X就差不多了。这打磨了好几年的10纳米工艺啊，能做到和 AMD 的台积电5纳米差不多的能耗比。这还是真的挺出人意料的。温度上来看，269瓦的13700K 自然是非常热啊，360水冷下的烤机温度已经接近100度了。但在13700K 这个200瓦的功耗级别上，它的温度就要显著低于其他几位选手了。导热能力似乎还不错啊，看来13代的顶盖散热能力又有了一点点进步。只是啊，这个功耗下，一个好的水冷还是免不了了。看来这个功耗下，咱们常规的一体水冷散热器可能有点太为难了。但首发评测时间有限啊，而且咱们这个420水冷就不能浪费了，所以我们也想了一个取巧的办法来改善它的散热，就是接下来的冰桶挑战。那我提前在冰箱里冻了几大瓶水啊，然后接来了半桶自来水，然后我们换上 VK420的冷排，直接扔进水桶里，把冰也一起扔进去。那慢慢的呢，水温降低到了个位数，这个时候 CPU 都要冻感冒了，待机只有10几度。这个比起很多压缩机、冷水机的制冷效果都已经要更好了。在这种散热条件下，我们成功将 CPU 超频到了单核6.3，大核全核6.0，小核4.8这个频率。那在这种频率下，我们也顺利通过了 CPU-Z 的性能测试，单核已经成功突破了1000分大关啊，多核也是来到了18000分以上。不过很遗憾的是，这个频率下，不管你怎么去调节电压，都已经没办法再通过 R23性能测试了，因为这个时候 CPU 的满载功耗已经来到了560瓦，可能要上更极端的散热方式才能够完成 R23跑分了。那我们降一点点电压和频率，在5.9G 赫加4.8G 赫的情况下，成功通过了 R23的测试。那这个时候 CPU 的功耗大概是500瓦左右，最终我们得到了44000分以上的 R23成绩啊，其实比默认的也就提升了10%左右，但功耗呢则高了100%。所以我觉得13代带 K 的处理器，其实你再往上超的意义已经不大了，性能提升的感知呢其实并不强。 但功耗提升可是惊天地泣鬼神啊！我觉得这不环保。那我不觉得比起超频呢，你还不如在默认频率的基础上试试降压，至少你还能凉快一点。那我用了一个100元级的4热管啊 AS120风冷散热器，把 i9-13900K 降频到大核5.2、小核4.3之后呢，功耗就直接降低到了190多瓦。那这样一来啊，即便是这个100元级的风冷，也可以轻松压住它。而此时呢，它的性能比用上360水冷的7950X还要强上不少。性能下降了3%的同时呢，功耗却降低了30%左右啊。所以如果你觉得13900K 的功耗太高，你降低到上代最高的12900KS 的频率，你就会获得一个连100元风冷都能够压得住的8大核、16小核、24个核心的 CPU 啊！看来今年啊，两家的处理器都太过于灰烬了，稍微降点频，能耗比就会大幅度提升。所以我觉得呢，明年的笔记本也许有的好看了。13代酷睿从技术上来说呢，其实并不是革命性的一代产品，它的提升更多在频率、核心数以及架构的小幅优化，比如说像更大的缓存以及更强的核间连接。那可以说13代酷睿啊，算得上是完美版的12代，从 i9 到 i5 都显著提升了规格，它也带来了相当大的全核性能提升。在对手认死表现一般的情况下，13的战斗力不容小觑，再加上对内存更好的兼容性，下指 DDR4、上指8000的超高频 DDR5，13代都支持，所以这代平台的生命力在未来呢也应该足够强。不过对我来说啊，最期待的一颗 CPU 还是13600K，可惜这次并没有能够拿到样品，以后有机会呢，我也一定要来试试看。这次测试另一个让我惊讶的地方就是换上了4090之后，13900K 和990K 在游戏里居然拉开了如此大的差距啊！其实，在开始测试之前，我和我们公司的小伙伴们都没有人能够预料到这个差距会有如此之大啊！我本来以为他们之间的游戏性能差距最多50%也就撑死了，没想到居然有很多游戏都达到了翻倍的性能提升啊！考虑到13代的架构和 Skylake 之间也就相隔着一个 Rocket Lake， 这个差距之大，着实是令人感叹。那么本期节目就是这样了，喜欢我们的节目别忘了长按点赞键，也别忘了关注我们的频道，也别忘了去我们的淘宝店看看我们新上的新品啊。那么我们下期节目再见了。
Cover going out. Joke's over! You're dead!
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Up.
Now that's how you get aggressive on Omen. Awesome, Joey here. Hit the like, subscribe, and comment which Omen play was the most impressive for a chance at this week's $50 giveaway via PayPal.
Last player standing.
You see, when I try to take my ult as someone's looking at me, I get one buffed. Maybe I just gotta do it better.
Oh my god!
Drops.
Bro.
Spike down B. Last player
Window.
standing.
Cover going out.
Hurry up, down.
Yeah, he definitely didn't.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, easy
Oh,
ace.
go off, queen! Bro, Goose, if
Watch them run. I have the spike.
Come on.
Spike planted. Stealing sight.
One enemy remaining.
And dead.
I feel like Omen players go for knives way more than the others. It's that shifty, I gotcha mindset.
Cover going out.
down A.
Still in sight.
One enemy remaining. A.
Worthless dead fools. Be gone.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
Four dead.
A.
Worthless dead fools.
Oh my.
Using the Omen ult to get behind enemy lines is extremely satisfying when it works out.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. A.
Worthless dead fools.
My allies.
Yeah.
Cover going out.
Okay,พี่ลงไปแล้ว
Blinding. Three kill.
One enemy remaining.
Wait.
Reloading.
Shot done.
M3.
Reloading.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
I see. So he thought the Omen ulted underneath him, but that was not the case. Very unlucky.
Cover going out.
Moi?
Spike down A.
They take it.
One down. Initiated. Reloading. Multiple enemies. Oh.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Shameful performance.
You should. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Cover going out. Stay in sight. Watch them run.
I see. So he thought the Omen ulted underneath him, but that was not the case. Very unlucky.
Here.
Spike down A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Nice. Fun.
Face your fear.
One enemy remaining.
Worthless dead fools.
Reloading.
Drop.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
When you have 1 HP left, you have to be spot on with your play. Otherwise, you're just going to get melted. That was quite the performance. Paranoia Shrouded Step plays, you either like him or you hate him. There's no in between.
What happened?
Enemy spotted. Hey, initiated.
Bring me. What happened?
The hunt begins.
There's one.
One enemy remaining.
Shadows traveling.
30 seconds left.
Omen players hit more outplays than any other agent out there. Yoder's a close second, I think.
Buddy, why did you scratch my head and ruffle up my hair?
Goodbye.
Hello, brother.
One coming along.
One enemy remaining. Last
Ooh, I'm
player
set on
standing.
Weird gear.
Cover going out. Blinding.
What's a pinnable?
Cover going out. I have the spike. Watch them run.
One enemy remaining.
That heads up Paranoia was kind of slick. The Jet was zooming too, and they caught her real good.
Watch them run.
Last player standing.
Blinding. Die. Traveling. Shadows traveling. What's another death?
Clutch. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Last player standing. enemy remaining.
What's another death?
A.
Worthless death.
It's unreal just how good that play works still. It's like nobody checks up there ever. It's more rare that it doesn't work.
Not there. Three killed.
Enemy spotted A. Satchel out.
Stealing sight.
One enemy remaining.
No me amaze na break. Oh.
Watch them run. Damn it.
Defuse the spike.
Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
The cool thing about Omen for me is the verticality. Valorant seems so flat, but he challenges that narrative constantly.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Blinding. Cover going out.
Spike planted.
Stealing sight. Blind and dead.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, man.
Упал, смог.
Продал меня.
Ну как я тебе смог дам, если я бобот?
А чё ты не остался там? Почему ты меня не забрал? Я помощь, блядь, я тебе помог, ты мне, блядь, чё ты назад? Сука.
Lost there.
Сколько, блядь?
This is what I'm saying. Only a few characters can challenge from these angles, so it's a lot of fun to watch.
I hear you. What the fuck?
Stealing sight.
One enemy remaining.
Defuse the spike. My ultimate is ready. Shadows traveling.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Yang aku tadi pak. Race.
Oh. 3 killed.
One enemy.
Man, that Fade was waiting for 3 days for the paranoia to wear off, but nah, Omen beat them to it.
Yo.
One enemy remaining.
It is done. Cover going out.
Spike down B. remaining.
How are we supposed to push to this? No, she's dead.
Hello.
How on earth do people use the Odin like that, man? That gun literally flops every time I use it.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
So why the factory ya? Sheesh be mara. Tanggalin deh. Sage revive deh.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. One enemy.
Multiple enemies
What? 72. I hit him close to the door. Point blank, it did 70.
Hey, if you're gonna die, you may as well get in there and take a few out with you. That's the way.
One enemy remaining.
Blinding.
There they are. Right here. Enemy spotted A.
Don't take.
Oh, nice. Nice 3K, baby.
Little help.
Spike down mid.
Somehow the Spectre shreds at distance too. You just have to believe. Thanks for watching today's episode. Like, subscribe, and comment which Omen play was the most impressive for a chance to win the week's giveaway. Until next time, have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one.
这游戏名字叫探仙缸，探缸。游戏就是之前有一个 组合电锯开门，然后打破大门出去，发觉外面都是有大怪物吃人的那个作者做的游戏，还有没有印象？应该还有印象吧？人家就有劝过他说不要出去外面，结果他不信，他就是要自己去看看。结果大门一打开，哇，是什么？逃生舱4号哦，护照，舱门8，你，哎，请出示文件，拿去。什么地方啊？宇宙哦，外星。怎样？文件有问题是不是？去那个叫什么？穿梭艇1号。我要上宇宙哦，我跟你讲。啊？什么世界啊？未来的人类地理世界？还是说我现在是要去做工而已啊？公车1号，52号矿坑，52号工厂，看看司机长什么样子。一点样子也没有。这什么鬼地方？暗无天日。开门啊！我啦！我啦！我啦！我的工作电脑。看不到前面呢，前面是不是有做个什么东西在那边啊？怎么操作啊？Email，Hello， Ion， 研究团队寄来的信，你要把主要的样本拉出洞中，里面有生物组织，有什么高压3小的。当你成功拉出生物组织后，你就要把资料交给研究团队，然后我们就像我们讨论的，这个工作要进行3天，我们还在设置装备中，请进入你的准备舱。花打发，告诉我这是花打发。哦，前面那是应该是工人正在焊接东西准备了。我要待3天，什么鬼？这是我的总统套房。你们也以为很好笑吗？以后你连这边都睡不起。啊！做梦！啊！我美梦做到一半被叫醒了，懒不拉几。亮了，这边应该做好了吧？点的东西好多，我怎么知道要点哪一个？容器控制面板。没有侦测到任何生命。EP， 早安呐！我们准备好要开始进行工作，把平台容器升起，会自动到达地表，在升起来的平台上吗？然后有一个空白的装置。写的攻杀小，升起来再说。哦， 面有装到东西耶，重量119，原始深度从地底1190公尺，查理等级 SC3，威胁等级1。没有肉的声音呢。40，然后把这个东西对准，来开始抽取它的生物组织，这样吗？我怎么把这个东西嘟起来？这个作者做的这些机器型的游戏，对不对？有一个很难的地方就是，你被丢进一个你完全不晓得什么情况的地方，然后你要开始操作这些。421642，42，16，步入奇怪的议题。加起来是100就对了。不知道我在干嘛。但是先把什么物质打进去啊？催眠它嘛，然后再用真正要窃取它生物组织的东西。这样子，这是它的生物组织。好，这边，来，我抽好了。怪物精华，我每天的工作就是这样子哦，好困难哦。你懂了之后好像很简单，但是你不懂，在那边摸索的时候难的跟顶贴一样，那比死控还要更难理解。原来死控是个好游戏，大家都误会了。按了老半天，终于过了第一天。哎呦！什么东西啊？里面的来自深渊的地底生物，里面就是麻啦，你知道吗？这是来自深渊的研究设施，我们就是要抽那些地底麻的生物组织来研究。马，第二只，87重量，深度1422。它这个等级什么的没有写上去，怎么抽啊？没有资料的呢。这是黎明的装置啊，黎明清做的弹药包装置。来把手伸进去。扫描器。先测量。然后。容器啊，这样，我等于要戳很多次吧，跟层数有关啊，这样子去 从你抽出来的东西，然后一层一层的去让它读取，它就会把不对的剔掉这样。Delta S73，好。Delta S73，总监啊，87是不是？201169，开始得心应手。什么化合物？什么笑气啊？讲什么啊？是加入一点微笑，懂吗？妈，这个位置刚好是麻的屁股，然后戳进去，等一下就要从他的屁股抽出生物组织。现在麻睡着了。结束工作，游戏这么简单了，没挑战啊。这次是谁？防火墙城市。要更新，可是还是做动了呢。深度5400，立刻升上来了哦。威胁等级5漂亮。装备哪有新装备啊？什么枪啊？刀雀炮有没有？那有时间限制，他会把那个敲烂呢。他敲烂，要是我没有游泳好，那我就死在这里，这样吗？他敲的声音还跟音乐有点搭配。不要吹，不要吹。哇靠！太快了吧！贝塔 S73，好，完蛋，我死了。你刚才到底是哪一片啊？1444046，根本没办法吧？这太快了吧？哪有那么快手啊？仪表板旁边有修理工具哦，这里啊，哦，我早讲，里面自己拖是不是？我修理还有次数哦，没有它的电力。169、9011、9811，它照顺序放是没错啦，但是啊，我就急呀。 快瞎了。赶快让他镇定下来。他终于睡着了。度过了紧张的一天，但我不知道我在干嘛，还是不要知道的好。我不能拉。今天已经最后封信叫古拜了。我们已经完成了，就是查看最后的资料了。刚刚那只很凶的那只风险舞，做得好。原来我是个可抛弃棋子啊！信都还没看完就死了。哎，看，哎，我不要，我被丢下去深渊变成麻了，现在别人要抽我了。靠背，我变弹药包。No！ 好白痴哦！啊，超白痴的这个。哇，音乐很好听啊，做事情有够白痴的。他们只是需要抽取人类精华来做研究，就这么简单而已。还有一个结局，我也不是人，谁说我不是人啊？乱讲！你有看到吗？先看一下这个，这是我逃出去的资料，小心的读这项讯息。当你弹出词典就会销毁。我们没有见过面，但是我是一个工程师。他好像跟研究员谈过，还是说听到消息说我现在正在一个大麻烦中，我现在正在着手把你救出去。他拿了其中一个资料槽，明天你就会找到，上面会有做记号 AK10。这个资料槽给研究员，那你就没事了。我不会在这边待太久。如果你明天逃不出去，你就永远不用出去了。拜拜。干。这边啊，这边有这个。这个没错吧？来个研究员。开门啊！我要站边边一点。他们把那个研究的生物组织拿去实验，结果那个东西让他们爆炸，因为里面是炸弹。工程师在里面装炸弹啊！我可以逃走了。他从来没想过说我会不会炸死，这不在他的考量之中。而且，哎，等我啊，别开车！这是不是工程师啊？他要戴着不一样的帽子哎。哎，真的是他哎 ！Hello， 快，我们快逃！逃出这个地方！ 功了，成功了！我们逃出了深渊。你们觉得这个游戏怎么样啊？我换个说法给你们听了，如果这个工作一天1000美，让你去做，你做不做？风险就是你不知道3天工作后你会不会变成深渊中的怪物被人家抽，你做不做？一天给你1000美啊，然后我拿500美出来去找网络肥宅说这个有个好工作，你要不要做？哦，你赚500，对不对？啊，你好聪明哦！你是不是什么连锁店的老板啊？你这个不就跟缴房贷一样吗？我先头期款丢下去，房子先买下来，权利是我的，我再租给别人帮我还房贷。你这个炒房脑啊！这不都这样子吗？能不能不要什么事情都想到这个上面去？这个无本炒房啊！我先把这个关掉啦。它就是这个作者专门就是做这种奇怪的猎奇小游戏。对，就是未知恐怖了。像之前那个开门也是啊，你不知道这个安全屋打开外面是什么，人家都跟你讲外面多恐怖多怎么样，但是你要亲眼看到你才信的那种遐想空间啊，懂吗？就比如肥仔想交女朋友嘛，你不去告白，你不去讲，你怎么知道结果是什么嘞？永远都是卡一个薛丁格的肥仔在那边，在成功与不成功之间，对不对？就直接去试看看嘛，你要鼓起勇气啊！阿金要鼓励你啊，这样子肥仔交到女朋友啊。但是哦，你如果被抓性骚扰什么的哦，我不认识你，谢谢。 Easy.